Hi, this is stream number 237. And I need to clear my throat. So hold on a second. It's okay. Do it now before people start watching. Anyway, I'm going to continue my work from yesterday. I'm working on adding two-factor authentication to an online game. And yesterday I had basically just prototyped the concept of providing the key for a soft token authenticator, and then I made sure that this could be scanned in. I was using Authy on my phone, and it records it correctly. And then that whenever I hit this get code, this code down here matches what my authenticator shows, which is still working. So today I want to continue the work on that. The secret that we're generating is just a fixed string, and I did the encoding of the token manually. And we need to make the secret actually generated at random and actually do the encoding programmatically. So the encoding of the soft token secret is base 32. And I don't have an implementation of that, but I do have base 64. So I'm just planning to take the base 64 library and add base 32 to it. And then we'll verify that that's working, and then move on to actually integrating it into the game proper. So the record for every player has things like their username, the hash of their password, etc. We're going to be adding to that these variables. So an authenticator type. So the default will be you don't have an authenticator linked to your account. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? I think I forgot to start my bot, didn't I? Let me go do that. Enable. Forgot to do that. Oh, wait a minute, not. I need to do it in the real game. Enable there. All right. Yeah, anyway. Let's make sure that works. So the bot should say hello and good morning and activate it and all that good stuff. There we go. Cool. Let me test the today command. Yep, there we go. Yeah, so the fact that you have an authenticator enabled on your account or not will be this authenticator type. And I'm leaving it open for like future types. Like you might have a YubiKey or something else. And that would be just a different value for this type. And then the secret will be whatever parameters or such are needed for the authenticator type. So for a time-based one-time password, it's just a secret code, like an 80-bit value. And we need to make sure we strip this out when providing the data to a user, because the standard says you really should keep it secret from everything except for the validation process. The authenticator can't just switch it on and hope that it works. We have to make sure that it's tested. So when the user turns on the authenticator, we'll need to make sure that they've validated. So we'll have a validated flag, and until that's set, we won't require it on login. And we'll also know to tell the client that they need to validate the authenticator. How does N go for N-factor authentication? I guess 3 would be sort of an extreme. It would be maybe you need a password and a hardware key and a biometric or fingerprint scan, something like that. We're talking like highly secured areas, government installations, that kind of thing. Usually it's just 1 or 2, right? So when we link an authenticator to the account, it'll need to be validated. Until it's validated, we'll show a special user interface, basically to have the client get the secret into their authenticator app and then generate a one-time password. They'll send it back to the server, and once it's verified, then we'll set this validated flag and then require the authenticator on login. So another thing the algorithm requires is that because it's called, one-time password, you should only be able to use it one time. So the time steps of the already used one-time passwords we need to hold on to. So if they try to log in, like log out and log back in immediately with the same password, it should not let them in. And because they expire every 30 seconds, we only need to hold on to it in the player record until basically the next login when they try a different OTP, and then we'll just drop the old one that expired. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. How are you doing? So that's it for the new player record values. So the client record is for when you connect to the game, it's the specific connection, and also holds values for when you're not yet logged in. So there's this intermediate state, right? If you have the authenticator enabled, is if you provided the password, so the game says, okay, this client claims to be this player, but that this player has an authenticator enabled, so we need to do the one-time password validation. So we'll hold on to the player ID, but not allow the player to do other things that they can do when they're logged in yet. So it'll be a special two-factor authentication player ID. And the login is only completed when the client then provides a valid one-time password that matches the authenticator secret for that player ID. So the additional things the client will need to be told when they connect is whether or not they have an authenticator and whether or not it's validated. And that'll be used in the user interface to know should we present the user interface for validating the authenticator or not. In fact, I think what we want to do, if it's not validated, is we need to send the client the secret key, don't we? Yeah. If authenticator not yet validated, provide secret key. We'll want to do that when they enable the authenticator, and also if they happen to like lose the connection during the process of validation and they reconnect, we'll send it to them again. So the idea is that you quickly validate that, and then it wouldn't be sending you the key anymore. You'd have it in your authenticator app. So login status updates, right? So if you provide the password and you get past that step, but the authenticator is enabled and validated, we have to tell the client that two-factor is required, and then the client should present the dialog to enter the one-time password. And then when they input that, the client should send the second step of the login with the OTP. All right, so new messages that the client will be able to send to the server. So enable the authenticator. So we'll clear the verified flag and send them. Actually, we need to generate and send authenticator secret to the client. The front end should display both the QR code and the key in base 32. So if you don't have a camera, but you can, with the keyboard, enter the key into your authenticator, we would have that option. And then once they enter it, allow the user to enter the one-time password to validate the authenticator. So that's the second step, authenticator validation. They send in one-time password. If it matches, on the server side, we say, okay, it's validated. So then it will require the authenticator the next time they log in. And that's this one. They get past the first stage, but authenticator is enabled and validated. We need to allow the client to send in that one-time password to complete the login process. So quite a bit of work, but I have the full 4 hours today, so I'm gonna get through it. And yeah, so this is old. I already deployed the latest code yesterday. So first things first, base 32 support. So that's in this RFC. Let me get that and put it over here. So let me go down to the base 32 stuff. Actually, I should have just looked it up in the table of contents, right? If you consider looking for a library to allow you to do this, you mean the authentication? I didn't need to because I had already written it. Let me show you. I did this. I showed this yesterday. It's a ridiculously small amount of code that you need to do for Authenticator, because I had already implemented HMAC for other things. This is a hash-based message authentication codes. Where is the acronym actually spelled out? Maybe in the README here. Yeah. Hashed-based message authentication code. So I had already written that, right? So when I sat down to figure out how to implement the I think it's a de facto standard for authenticators, which is the time-based one-time password algorithm. I looked at the RFC, and the RFC said basically all you need to do is this. You use the HMAC one-time password, and for the counter you add to the secret, it's just this equation, so one line. So I'm like, okay, then how hard is it to implement HMAC OTP? And that was also ridiculously easy. So you just take the secret in bytes and you add 8 bytes to it, which is that the value, either a counter or in the case of TOTP, it's the time minus the time base divided by the step. And you just append it, and then you compute the HMAC, truncate it, and modulo, and that's your 6 or 8 digit code. Hey there, multiple pixels. So this was so easy. I did it in like an hour and a half. It takes an hour and a half for me because I insist on putting in the whole set of test suite test vectors that are in the RFC, right, to make sure it's implemented correctly. So yeah, it worked, and so that's all I really needed to do. The rest of it is just integrating it into my game. So it's calculating or generating a new secret whenever we need to, and then all the back and forth between client and server to communicate the secret to the client, get it into their authenticator app, and then whenever they want to validate, the validation process is basically the authenticator app on your phone and the server both run this function, and then the server compares the two, and if they're equal, then you're logged in. If they're not equal, then sorry. Forgot to mention that you like the updated chat overlay. Yeah, it's courtesy of CM Griffin, exactly. I think he's still streaming right now, working on this. It's called Stream Parrot. Yeah, I'm still alpha testing it for him. I don't know if it's going to go into beta soon or not, but we'll see. Yeah, so this is all I really needed to do, so I didn't really need a library. Okay, so yeah, base 32. Where was that? Base 32 encoding. So essentially, we need to encode the alphabet for base 30. That's the base 64 alphabet. So the base 32 has its own alphabet. And one extra thing that I read about for the pseudo standard for communicating authenticator secrets, which is here, says that you drop the padding. The padding is not required and should be omitted. So that's one modification. And this standard here says something like that. That the final output is a multiple of 8 characters with, why does it say no padding? Oh, right. If it's not a multiple of 8 characters, you add padding characters to make it a multiple of 8. But then this says just don't bother. So we'll make the padding optional in the base 32 encoder, I think. Hey there, Nui. And you got sponged? How are you guys doing? I'm doing okay. I didn't quite start at 10. But I figure it's only my second day streaming since the big break, and so I'll allow myself a little bit of slop in my schedule. So yeah, we're continuing the work from yesterday, integrating two-factor auth into my game by doing the real process, the adding the data server side and the logic both server and client side, and the user interface on the client side, and all that. We'll do it in steps. So yeah, first I wanted to do the base 32 stuff, and I wanted to see if they had test vectors here in the RFC that I could. Oh, here we go. Perfect. There are base 32 test vectors. We'll put them straight into the unit test now. I wanted to put it into this library. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you got sponged. Yeah. I know, what can we do to cheer you up? All good? Okay. Well, don't know what to say. Sorry to hear that. Let's see. I'm gonna take the base 64 tests and say it's base 32 instead. And update the test framework to say the same thing. Makes me want to kind of rename the name of the library to something more generic. like base N or something, but I'll do that later. You want 2 million more gold coins? I could manually change your gold coin stack in your character's inventory to set max stack to 2 million, but we'd have strange user interface glitches if I did that, right? Got bigger things to worry about? Okay. It's all a matter of perspective, right? Yeah, so this is going to look a little weird because it's going to be base 64 / base 32, but that's okay. So yeah, let's pull in the test vectors. So blank is blank, of course. F is this. Looks like they have the same inputs, just different outputs. I really like it when RFCs have built-in test vectors like this, because then I don't have to hunt for it, or what's worse is try to make them up myself. If you make up your own test vectors, you can run into the problem where you generate them wrong, and then you write the code wrong, and they just happen to match, and you're fooled in a false sense of security. Cool. I don't know what base 32 hex is. Oh, wait a minute, I do know. It's an alternative format, but we don't need to worry about it. Okay, so those are our test vectors. And we're done. Let me add the implementation now. Base 32. Yep, two-factor auth. So I'm doing base 32 because the key URI format for authenticators requires base 32 encoding for the secret key. So yesterday I kind of did it manually. Where was that? Back here I kind of manually put in hello world. That's the base 32 encoding of hello world, right? So that when we check the OTP, we check it against the decoded version of that. So we're going to be using real secrets now, and we'll have to encode them ourselves programmatically. All right, so base 32. It's funny how like the default is to recognize there as a number and say, oh, let me increment it. This should be 64 there and there. Okay, so here's the encoding table. There will be what? Oh, right, this is including the null, so it's 33. And I believe the alphabet for 32 is A through Z and then 2 through 7. And they do that, I believe, because 1 can be confused with I or L. And some other alternative base 32 encodings do it a little bit differently, but yeah. We just need an alphabet. It's sort of arbitrary. So I think that's it. That's the alphabet. And then the decoding table is just reversed. So A through Z, and then we go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we're done. And let me see if this is the same. Okay, instead of 6 bits per token, it's 5, right? So bits minus 5, minus 5, and instead of 3F, it's 1F, and then 5. And then, okay, here it's a little weird, right, to calculate the number of padding. So instead of 3 possibilities, no padding, 1 padding character, and 2, I think we have 5. Yeah. So it'll be exactly a multiple or 8, 16, 32, or 24, or 32, right? Right, because the quantum is 40. So 40 divided by 8 is 5. So we'll do it this way. 3, 2, 1, and then 0, right? And then each of these 3 Fs is a 1F. And what's the shifting that I need? Let me think about this. I don't remember this trick here. So 1 padding. Oh, did I do it backwards? Let me compare with this. Let me look at the equivalent base 64 thing. Right. So this is where... Okay, so only 5 bits are valid. So why are we left shifting 4? That weird thing is less than equal. So it's shifting left by 4 bits. Why would I do that? Let me think about this in terms of binary. So, right, so if the last quantum only has 5 bits, it's 5 valid bits, and then well, how would this be constructed? Uh-oh. How about another time? Windows wants me to update. That was a little bit disruptive. Windows should know that I'm streaming, damn it. Okay. This is in code, so the input is 8 bits at a time. Oh, this math is hard for me. You always misclick those buttons and end up rebooting. There was a really good comic about that I wish I could find again. It was like a guy in a mech suit fighting Godzilla or something like that, and then the Windows update pops up and he hits the wrong button, and then the mech shuts down, and then Godzilla basically destroys the entire city. And I wish I could find the link for that comic. I was going to show my daughter that. It's sad I didn't bookmark it. Windows update jokes. Okay, let me think of the reduced case of this where there's only 1 byte. And so buffer will have the bits straight in there, and we'll have peeled off how many of them? The lower order, no. It'll be 8 minus 6, which is 2. So it will be right shifting 2. So it will be 2 valid bits and then a bunch of zeros, right? Like that. So why am I left shifting 4? I don't know. Because the left shift 4 would give you this, right? Which would put it there. And wouldn't I just get 0? Why am I doing that? I don't understand. Windows likes to remind people who is boss. Yeah. The update thing never really happens to you. You might have disabled it. They're like tricks to disable it, which I've used in the past when I had a computer that would just blue screen if if Windows Update ever actually happened when I wasn't there. So I went through some technique I found, Google search of course, to there are ways to completely disable it, so like for up to a year. I just need to concentrate on what's going on here. This starts out at 0. Let's say data is size 1. We'll add the byte in there, so it will be 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we will have, well, bits will be 8 now. 8 is greater than or equal to 6. So we output the buffer shifted right by 2 bits. So this will go out as the first token. And then we, oh, I got it backwards then. It's 0, 0. Like that, right? Hold on. Now 3F shifted left. Okay, no, I had it right the first time. So we have 2 valid bits that we need to put out, and then these we've already... Hold on, did I get this wrong again? I did get it wrong. It won't be that. It will be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, x, x. And then shift left 4. So, right. So, the next token will be this, and then padding. 2 things of padding. Okay. So the last 2 bits of data have 4 bits of padding on the right, and then output, and then there are 2 more empty tokens. And in this case, we started with 2 bytes, like that, and we end up with what? 16 bits, and then minus 6, so 16 minus 12 is 4, so we'll have 4 valid bits at the end. Right, because this will end up going out. Okay, let me do this. Where do I do this step? Need a scratch pad somewhere. How about here? Notes. First step would be taking this byte and grabbing these bits off of it, and then zeroing them out. So we get that goes to... Actually, we haven't put that in there yet. So that goes to that because we've output 1 symbol. And then bits is down to 2. And then we shift in 8 more, so it's now at 10. So it goes to that. And 10 is greater than or equal to 6, so we grab 10 minus 6, so shift right 4. Right. So the second byte is XX and then 4 Ys. 10 minus, yeah, so shift left 4. Right, so it goes down to 2, 3, 4. I don't have enough zeros here. 1 more 0. And then 0, 0, 0, 0, Y, 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 Y. And then 10 minus 6 is 4. So then it dumps out, and it goes into here, so it's going to shift left twice. Y, 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 0, 0. And then, okay, yeah, so it's grabbing the last... It's basically left aligning the last byte, and then 0 padding on the right. Okay. I see how that works. So then applying it to base 32, how would that work? Okay. I guess it would be easiest is to do this one first, right? Oh, I had it backwards. Let's fix that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, we would need 4 padding characters. And we would have grabbed 5 symbols out and have 3 bits left over, right? So to left align that to 5, it would be shift left 2, right? To get 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, x, 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 0, 0. And then I'm grabbing the right 5 bits. And then 4 padding characters. And then in case of there being 2 left at the end, the last quantum would be what? Hey there, Mr. Sir. You caught me in a intense math moment. How are you doing? How was the end of your stream? I watched, about maybe a half hour to an hour towards the end. And we got a compliment about Stream Parrot while you were gone. Mr. Sir. Yeah, I'm doing base 32 encoding, and I'm doing it with this math trick where you calculate how many padding bytes you need at the end, and you're getting the last bits out. So I'm just running the math through, like, sort of in my head and sort of in a scratchpad here. So this was what to do for the last token for when you have 1 byte left over. So the last byte will have 3 bits in it. So we would shift left 2 and grab the bottom 5 bits. That's what this does. Shift left 2, grab the bottom 5 bits, and then you have 4 padding tokens, right? So in the case where there's 2 bytes left over, the quantum size for base 32 is 5 bytes. Hey, the Epic Unknown. That's right, you're going to a stand-up meeting. Happy stand-up meeting. I'd like, it would be cool, would be to be on a team and just have Mr. Sir himself, Sim Griffin, there on the team. That would be awesome. Hope your team appreciates you. You can't stay playing with Skizzers? I understand. Going into the office? I'm in the office right now. Have a good day of playing with Skizzers. Have a good meeting, Mr. Sir. I don't know, Chris, do you like being called Mr. Sir, or is Mr. Sir just because of that one guy in your channel who would say Sir at the end of everything? Anyway, for those who haven't been here before, I'm working on a game, and I'm working on improving the security of the game right now, but let me show you over here. We have the test environment. I'm working on enabling 2-factor authentication. So if you wanted to, you could play along at home, scan this QR code in, and this is basically an authenticator soft token for bob@example.com for my game. And I tested this yesterday. This is a prototype where you get code, it shows what the current code is. So if you were to put this into your authenticator now, this is the code that you should get, 863374. And it just rotated, so I need to click it again, 804200. So it's matching my authenticator. So this is the prototype with hard-coded secret key. So I'm working today on doing real secret keys. Part of the the de facto standard for authenticator format, which is like Google Authenticator, is we take the secret key and we encode it with base 32. So I had written code for base 64. Base 32 is similar, only it's different math, so I'm struggling with that right now. We'll get it encoded in base 32 and transmit it over, showing it to the user when they want to add a token authenticator to their account. And I'm going to be adding the game data necessary to integrate into my game. So it's, what kind of authenticator you have, what's the secret, has it been validated, stuff like that. That's what I'm working on. The game itself, it's reminiscent of the old Ultima games from the early 90s. It's tile-based pixel art, sort of top-down. You're represented by a little guy in the middle, and you kind of wander around the world. And there's NPCs. These ones are passive. In the real game, they'll probably be hostile. This area is all for test. But there are some mechanics in the game already. I could go and, since I have a sword in my inventory, I could attack that slime and defeat him. There are health bars. They drop loot. I can't pick up the gold because I'm at the max stack of 100 right now. If you die, come on, kill me, orc. There we go. Hit me. Hit me. You gotta hit me harder. There we go. When you die, you are presented with this saying, well, you need to respawn. In the real game, there's going to be penalties for respawning, like you lose some of your items, or you have to teleport back to a checkpoint or something like that. So I'm working on various parts of the game, and I don't know, within the next 6 months to a year, I hope to have enough content that this will be playable, that people will want to play it. So most of it's right now prototype stuff. So I can talk to Bob here, and just like in the old Ultima games, I can ask him, "What's your name?" "I'm Bob the guard." "What's your job?" "I guard this place." And then you sort of have to use your intuition that you can ask him about guard because he said the word guard, right? Guard, that's my job. I make sure all you peasants stay in line. So you say peasant. "You are a peasant, aren't you?" "Yes." "Of course you are." So it's got basic dialogue system, it's got basic combat system, and inventory and all that kind of thing. But it's not complete yet. Is Omnia Regna going to be the official name? So far, yeah. It's Latin for all realms. So the idea is that the game will have multiple worlds, and the user interface may change from one world to another. Like, this is a 2D grid, right? We might go to a hex grid, or maybe even 3D. I don't know. So I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but every world in the game might be slightly different, and might have different mechanics, different user interface. But right now we're just starting off with the simple 2D stuff. And the other unique thing that I'm trying to make for this game is that it's developed live here on stream. Okay, see you playing with Skizzers. Developed live on stream so that feedback that you viewers have, I try to incorporate, and viewers can play the game live. So here's a snapshot of the world. I don't think anyone's actually playing right now, but if people were, I'd be able to see them in the town here, or if they're wandering around in the sewers underneath the town. Here's some enemies you might find in the sewers, these slime guys. And over here's some orcs and some beefy ogres here. These guys will kick your butt. You gotta watch out for those guys. This is like, again, a little bit of content, but not a whole lot yet. This stairway leads back up to the town here. And you can't like open or close doors yet. There's no containers. There are a few test NPCs, like this guy will hand you out a sword if you ask him. This guy will heal you if you need healing, that kind of thing. Yeah, and there's some Twitch integration as well. So earlier Rally Monkey had asked this question, since he's a mod. VIPs and above, their chat in the Twitch stream will show in-game. And also all the commands that I support for my channel are actually run by the game itself. So if I say, what font am I using? And the bot responds, it's actually my game responding to that chat command, since it's running a Twitch bot. And I developed all that stuff live on Twitch as well. So I did the WebSocket API, the Twitch API, all that basically from scratch. And you could go back and look at my VODs are all on YouTube. So for example, you want to see how I integrated it with Twitch. I did the Twitch API stuff like not too long ago. Let me look. It was after launch day, right? Oh, no, it was before. I've done like almost 300 streams. I forget when I actually did the things. But yeah, if you went back to stream 58, you could see when I was starting to write my own Twitch messaging interface, which I ended up using later for the in-game Twitch bot. So yeah, today, working on two-factor auth. It's based a lot on HMAC, the hash-based message authentication codes, which is itself based on secure hash algorithms like SHA-1, SHA-256, that kind of thing. So part of that process of authentication, one-time password stuff, is getting the secret key to the user, and we have to do base 32 encoding. And that's leading me back to my work here, which is I'm doing a bit of math trickery here. And so I'm not so good at math, so I'm having to run through make sure these numbers are correct. It's the number of bits we have to shift. I believe that's the trick here. It's going to be the number of bits we have left over in the last word. In the last byte, actually. So if you had an input that had 1 byte left over, how many bits in that byte are going to be left at the very end? And we came down to it. There were 2 bits. There were 3 bits left, so you needed to pad by 2. 237 streams already? Yeah, I'm almost at 1,000 hours. I'm at 965 hours of streaming. At least by my count. So, yeah. Did I do that right? So if we had 1 extra byte, the quantum size is 5 bytes. So if you had like 1 byte or 6 bytes or 11 bytes, you'll end up with the last byte. How many bits would you have pulled from it? And I think, yeah, the answer was you'd have 3 bits left. So shift left by 2 to get the last bundle of 5 bits. So base 32, every byte of the output has 5 bits of input. Base 64, every byte of output has 6 bits of the input. And so the alignment between bits and bytes and input and output comes into play. That's why you have these padding markers. For the base 64, you can end up with 1 padding or 2 padding output characters, depending on how many input bytes you had outside of the multiple of 3. It's 3 input bytes is 1 quantum, they call it, I think. For base 64, for base 32, it's 5. And the RFC talks about that. It says for base 64, you have 3 possibilities. It's either a multiple of 24 bits, so there's no padding, or it's 8 bits or 16 bits, and then you have either 2 or 1 padding character. So base 32 is similar, but there are 5 possibilities because it's quantum is 5. There are 5 groups of bits. 5 bytes have 8-bit. 5 bytes. That's 5 times 8, so it's 40 bits, right? If it's an integral multiple of 40, no padding. Otherwise, there are these other possibilities, right? So I did this one. I'm doing this one next. So if the final one is 16 bits, what do we end up with? So I'm just going to run through this in my head. So if it was 16 bits, we'd pick up the first 5, and then the next 5, and then looks like we'd have 1 bit left over, right? Yeah, 16 minus 3 times 5 is 1. So we'd end up with 1 bit at the very end, right? I'm going to do by nibbles so it's easier to see. So then we'd want to shift it left by 4, right? And it's just 1 bit, and then there are 3 padding bytes, or 3 padding symbols at the end there. And that looks weird because I'm using font ligatures. It's 3 equal signs. Okay, so if it's 3 input bytes, that's 3 times 8 is 24, and then that's 24 bits. And then what's that divided by 5? Looks like, again, it's going to be 20, we'll have pulled out 20 bits and we'll have 4 left over, right? So we'll want to just shift left by 1. And 4 bytes would be, I'm not going to do this pattern anymore, it's not necessary. 4 bytes would be 32, right? And so the closest multiple of 5 is 30, right? So we'd end up with 2 bits left over. So we want to shift left by 3. I think that's right. But the way we'll know is I have pulled in the test vectors here, and these have all possibilities, right? Why does this have 6 padding characters in it? That's 1, so it should have 4. Did I copy that wrong from the RFC? This had test vectors in it. Why does it have 6? That doesn't look right. That doesn't seem right to me. Okay, let me read this carefully, a little bit more carefully. Oh, it is 6. 6, 4, 3, and 1. Huh. Okay, good to know. So it's 6 for this case. 4, 5, 6. For this case, it's 4 instead of 3. And then 3 instead of 2. And then 1. Okay, interesting. Hey there, Tuabud and Clayman. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I am back. I am trying to get back into the swing of things. We're doing base 32 encoding, which I need for my authenticator stuff. Ooh, I made a mistake. Oh, I don't have a header file. That would make sense. Base 32 header file. Let's use the new style pragma once instead of that old style header guard. And then base 32, but in the base 64 namespace. I want to change that to base N or something, but I don't have time to, well, just don't feel like doing it right now. Yeah, there we go. Hey there, Protopoly, or Protopoly. I'm not sure how you want me to say your name, but hello. All right, I have a bug somewhere. Oh, the namespace is wrong. Where is the namespace? Oh shoot, did I do this wrong? Oh, the namespace is oh shoot. So I really should just have called this the base 32 namespace then. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Base 32, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, let's try that out. Protopoly, okay. Because I think it was it Adam 13531 was saying Protopoly? Someone else was. Protopoly, got it. Like prototype polygon. Yeah, Clay, man, no long time no stream. I had we had some family emergency stuff going on for like over a week. So I really couldn't stream. I had to focus on the family for a while. But things are getting more back into a schedule, so I have the opportunity to stream again. What am I doing? Right now I'm implementing base 32 encoding so that I can use it for encoding secret keys in one-time password URIs, which the Google Authenticator supports. And I'm using that to enable second factor authentication for my game. So you would ask it to give you a code, and it would show you both a QR code. I haven't actually I don't actually have the part where it should also show the secret in base 32 encoding as well. But this is a test I did yesterday, so you could try this at home right now. If you have an authenticator app, you could scan this QR code in. You should get the soft token for bob@example.com, and then every time I hit get code, it shows the current code, and that should match what you have in your authenticator. So it does match for me. And I think one viewer yesterday also confirmed it was working for them. So yeah, and it rotates every 30 seconds, right? This is using a one-time password algorithm based off of hash-based message authentication codes, which I already had code for, so it was ridiculously simple for me to implement the one-time password stuff. So yeah, like anything in programming, you have layers and layers, so the work I'm doing today is enabling two-factor auth. Two-factor auth needs this one-time password algorithm, and that relies on communicating a secret key that's base 32 encoded, and I didn't have the code for that. So, and I like to do a lot of stuff from scratch. So instead of using an existing library to do base 64 or base 32, I just have my own code. Okay, I don't know why the red squigglies are still showing up, but I think the test is ready for me to run. See if I did it correctly. Yeah, it is complicated. Real world software is built up in layers, and they're layers and layers. Most of the time, people will just use pre-existing libraries. I'm kind of strange in that I really enjoy understanding things at the core, at the root, so I will write my own stuff. So I've written my own implementations of base 64, base 32. I've done all the hash functions like SHA-1, SHA-256. I've done HMAC. PBK DF2, which is used for password for one-way encrypting passwords so when you store it on the server, it can't be, like if someone stole the password database, they still can't really get your password easily because you've encoded it and hashed it and stuff like that. So I'd like to do this stuff myself. So the game engine that I'm using is sort of a cobbled together combination of most of it I've written myself, but a few things I decided I didn't really care to do myself, like the WebGL stuff here. I just picked up phaser.io for that. So if you look up phaser.io, that's a library in JavaScript that I am using to draw all of this stuff. And then the user interface around here, I'm using the React framework. My strong suit is C++. I'm not so good. I'm actually pretty much a noob when it comes to JavaScript. So I've been relying on libraries for the front end of my game. So phaser.io or phaser.js or whatever for the WebGL graphics, and then React for the rest of the user interface. And like this QR code, I just pulled something off the internet, like React, QR code.react or something to do that. And I use Redux for state management in the front end. The back end, though, it's pretty much all my code. The only exceptions are encryption is such a difficult thing to do that I just pulled LibreSSL off of, because it's open source implementation of transport layer security, right? And then I didn't care to do zlib either for compression. I just pulled that, you know. Now, if I was really into compression, I might have done that myself, but yeah, not really. So I sort of go like stuff that I enjoy doing. Like I really enjoy doing the hash functions and the web server. So I have my own web server, HTTP stuff and web client stuff. I'll do that myself. I'll do it on stream if I haven't already done it, and then cobble my game together based off of stuff that I've written, and then libraries when I don't care about writing it myself. The difference between .h and .hpp, it's really just a personal preference. They both mean a header file for C and C++. I mark it .hpp to signify that it really can only be used by a C++ compiler. If a C compiler looked at this file, it would reach this line here and say, what the heck is namespace? And you get a syntax error right away. Now, if I wanted the header to be used from C, I would have to do some extra stuff like if define CPP, then do this, else do something else. But I don't need my header files here to be used by C. I'm using C++, so I just mark it that way to remind myself that it's only to be used by C++ compiler. The flip side would be you're using a C library from C++. If it's a good C library, they'll have considered C++ might be used, and they'll have like, hold on, let me show where I do this. It would be extern C in here. Is that gonna, there we go. For example, the Lua interpreter, inside their header files, they might have done like if def cpp do extern C, and that allows a C++ compiler to consume a C header correctly so that it will link together correctly. But Lua, they didn't do that. They don't care about C++, so I have to do it myself around my own includes of the Lua library. And that's just to get the linker to be, to match the symbols exported from a C module to be consumed correctly by C++. You have to do extern C for all the symbols. And you can just do this for the entire scope and it works. You're a C# developer, awesome. So yeah, C#, Java, pretty similar, right? And they're somewhat higher level than C++ because they run on top of a virtual machine sort of a thing. The C++ is just a little bit lower level. It's not a virtual machine. It's compiled to machine language, ultimately. You saw some code that called a third-party website to generate the QR code image for sending the OTP? Yeah, that's one of the things you should never use. So I put that in my notes. It's maybe good for educational purposes. My notes for my research. So all the stuff I do off stream for research, I put in my notes that you can get here. And one of the things I ran into was there's this online QR code generator, and I put a big warning: used for test only, never for real secrets. Yeah, because this site, who knows? They might be storing all the secrets that you're typing in and then trying it out on all sorts of different websites, right? So it's convenient to use a site like this 2FA QR code generator, but you should never use it outside of just learning or testing, right? In fact, they ought to say that here somewhere. They should have a big warning saying never use this for real secrets, because if you do that, you're sort of asking for trouble. But this is useful for just learning like what the heck's going on, and for testing, like if you could put in a secret like hello world, you can see you can scan that into your authenticator and you can actually see it work, and you can see how it's built, how the URI is built, and yeah, useful for educational purposes. Never use this for a real site though. Yeah. Should we store user passwords in plain text format? Of course, it's completely no. It's not completely safe. I went through the whole process of doing PBKDF2 because you should never put user passwords in plain text. You should always encode it or encrypt it somehow. Where is it? The PBKDF2 algorithm is what I would recommend if you ever needed to on the server side store something that would be used for password-based authentication. So like they describe here somewhere, where do they say it? It makes password cracking much more difficult. It basically is requiring a huge amount of computation to brute force passwords. So ultimately, if someone has enough computing power, they can crack your password if they know the hash of your password. It's just going to take them a lot of effort. And so it makes it like, it discourages or delays password cracking. The idea is a site will figure out that their password database has been leaked. They'll let all their users know, and it gives the users enough time to change their password before too many passwords could be cracked through brute force attack. Now, if you didn't do this, you stored them in the clear, the moment someone got the password database, they could be in your accounts right then and there, right? Yeah, that's true, Hodendo. If someone takes a database like the Have I Been Pwned, whatever it is, database of well-known hacked passwords, they could quickly run through it, and even with PBKDF2, they could figure out that you're using Hunter2 or whatever, password or 12345. So what I do in addition to this, I picked up a library called, it has an interesting name, ZXCVBN. So you might recognize that is the set of characters at the bottom left of your keyboard. And like the README describes, it is a password strength estimation. So something like Hunter2 or 12345 would fail a check like this because it would either be in the list of well-known passwords that are bad, right? Or surnames or TV films, right? Names of people. These databases that are built into the library are words that are basically considered weak for passwords. And the library basically runs through and calculates a score, and if the score is too low, you could say, hey, please pick a better password because your password sucks. And I actually am considering raising the minimum score for passwords and then continuing to use this library. So if you log into my game in the future and you have a weak password, it might say, your password, please pick a better one. You're currently watching the stream in chunks? I'm sorry. Yeah, it should get better if I don't scroll a lot, but if I start doing this, it's gonna really screw up the bit rate, right? There was a security company that had a database with plain passwords and fingerprints on the server that could be found with a simple network scan. That's horrible. Yeah. Anyway, so we're doing a lot of things to try to keep our information secure, but you can never consider the job done. It's always basically an arms race with hackers trying to get in. You'll always be coming with more secure hash algorithms, more iterations, more and different kinds of second, third factors of authentication, that kind of thing. Anyway, it looks like I have a bug in my code because my test is failing. That's sad. Oh, the decoders are failing. Right, I didn't write the I didn't do anything with the decoders. That would make sense. I did the encoding, but I didn't do the decoding. Let's do the decoding. This is basically copied from base 64, so it makes sense that it would fail. So if this is base 64, the changes to base 32 would be instead of 5 bits, instead of 6 bits, it's 5, right? And then what is this code here? Oh, if we have more bits to do, if it's not a padding character, output the 8 bits and chop it off. Okay, that might be all I need to do, right? Is just change the 6s to 5s. Watch a short chunk of the stream, pause for a moment, teleport through 10. Oh, that sucks. So does that mean that I don't have stream options right now? You're having to watch in 1080p? How would I check that from my own stream? Oh no, looks like I got quality options. So you can reduce the quality down to like, what is it? What's the lowest you can go? Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't have stream options. It was lying to me. Yeah, I would have to. So with Twitch affiliates, it's sort of hit and miss if you get quality options. So I don't have them right now. I could get them if I stopped my stream and started it again a few times. But that would disrupt the stream. I know one guy who streams, when he starts a stream, he'll make sure he gets the quality options so that viewers can pick a lower bit rate. But to always be guaranteed to get them, you have to be like a Twitch partner, I think. You do see quality options? That's interesting, because I don't have them myself. Huh. Okay, well, if you have them, that's all I care about. Yeah, you can reduce it to like a really low bitrate, and then maybe you can just keep it live. I wonder why I don't have the options either, but you guys do. Maybe the preview window like is different. Yay, we pass. So let me check that in. This component is separate from my game, and it's meant to be reusable, so it is open source. So the moment I check it in, you guys could use it as well, if you so were so inclined. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That was a little notation while I was learning. Right, so all it is, and the copyright's wrong. Let me fix that. It's 2019 now. 2019. All right. Oh, I hit the wrong one there. I wasn't paying attention. I only want the new files that I actually changed to have the latest copyright. Being sloppy. I'm going too fast through this. 9. All right. So we're adding these 3 files. We're adding it to our build system. Cool. So add base 32 implementation. Jesse! We're being raided by Jesse! Ah! How's your stream, Jesse Skinner? How are you doing? You guys should check out Jesse's stream if you haven't seen it before. He's another web dev, or would you call yourself just a general developer, full stack maybe? I'm actually not sure. I usually see you working on front end stuff, but you could be a back end developer too, as well. Don't know. I've been well, I've been okay. My family's going through rough times, and so I wasn't streaming the last week or so, but things are settling down now, so I'm back to streaming. You call yourself a web dev, but you can do it all. Great. That's awesome. Yeah, don't pigeonhole yourself, right? Bulgarian guest house. Yeah, but Jelmeg, you have to remember why you're there, right? It's all good in the end. You're working for an awesome company now. Yeah, so I'm back to streaming, but there might be some disruptions in the stream if I have to take a phone call or certain days because of yeah, what's going on, which is a bit too private to say on the stream, but yeah, don't worry too much about me. Everything's under control. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? Yeah, so the folks from Jesse Skinner's stream, let me describe what I'm doing. I'll do it from the top down. So I am working on a game that is kind of like the old Ultima games. So it looks like this. Here we see some NPCs wandering around the world. This is the game master view, so I can see a little bit of extra information. I can move around without being visible in the game, that kind of thing. If there were people logged into the game, you'd see them as well. There's a little starter town I've been building, and underneath the starter town there are these sewers. There's a little bit of combat in the game right now, and there are dialogues with NPCs, but it's still kind of early, so there's not a whole lot of content yet. But you can log in and play it now. I have new accounts disabled for the moment because I'm working on some extra security measures. Okay, see you, Jesse. Stand-up was done. I hope it was a good stand-up meeting, Mr. Sir. CM Griffey. And hey there, A squared. Let's see. Yeah, so if you have any questions about what I'm working on, at the very top level, I'm working on a game. The game is multiplayer. You can log into it now if you have an account. New accounts right now are disabled, but I'll be re-enabling them once I get two-factor authentication in. Oh, someone's in there fighting. Vexel's in there fighting. Kill that slime. Oh, he killed you? How did he one-shot you? Is that like a super slime? Huh. Anyway. Oh, there's A squared going there to do some combat. So, there was an incident about a week and a half ago with security in the game, so decided to work on two-factor authentication before I re-enable new accounts, so that we have a little bit, less chance of accounts getting hijacked. So the work today is centered around that, is this two-factor authentication stuff. So I have, all my notes are public. They're in OneNote. You can get to them here if you want. And I researched two-factor auth. Also, I'm looking into universal second factor like YubiKey or Trezor, and also OpenID. So that's OpenID Connect, or OAuth 2.0 with an authentication layer on top, right? And that's what you're used to if you see things like sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook, sign in with Twitter, that kind of thing. And basically relying on their more superior authentication systems, and just leveraging the fact that they provide them to the public through OAuth 2.0. So I'm starting with two-factor auth. It was very easy for me because I had already implemented HMAC, and Google Authenticator uses this open standard. It's RFC 6238, called time-based one-time password algorithm. I already had HMAC, so TOTP is just using HMAC with a time step value, basically. And most of the work is getting the authenticator soft token set up. So I did some prototyping yesterday, and you can try this at home. This is just a bob@example.com, and the secret is hello world. And whenever I hit get code, it runs the TOTP algorithm to generate what is the 6-digit code you should get on the authenticator. So just again, let me verify. Yeah. It just rotated, so I have to click it again. 611817 is what you should get if you happen to have that in your authenticator. So I'm doing the next step from this prototype. I'm making it so that whenever you enable the authenticator, it actually computes a new cryptographically strong secret, and then it will show you the QR code. And then instead of just showing you the code, you'll have to enter it using your authenticator to make sure it's working. And then subsequent logins, you'll have to do the same thing, but you won't see the secret. You'll just have to already have it set up, and that's the whole idea of second factor authentication. Is it something you have? You have the soft token in your phone or whatever, so that only you can figure out what the next code is. The code rotates every 30 seconds, right? So the code here is actually just a string that looks like this kind of a thing. Where's an example? Yeah, OTP auth, TOTP, and then buried in there is the secret, and it's base 32 encoded. So what I've been doing so far today is making sure I have the code that properly encodes and decodes the secret key. It's really just an 80-bit random number that is used in the algorithm both on the server and the client to generate the 6 or 8-digit codes that you get back out. I guess this doesn't show that, but this would, like, where is their example test vectors that given a secret of 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, at these times of, at these specific moments in time, you would get this 8-digit code out, depending on which hash function you're using. So I'm integrating that into my game now. How much slop you have? Well, the default is 30 seconds. I think Google Authenticator expects that, so I'm just going to use the default of 30 seconds. Yeah, you like the more balanced orcs? Yeah, I worked a little bit on the balance in the game, but it's not done yet. You have a YubiKey? Oh, cool. I'll have to keep that in mind. In fact, let me give you a point in advance. Yeah, because I'm going to probably need to buy one myself to add support for that. YubiKey seems to be like one of the best solutions out there if you're really paranoid about security, because not only is the key on a piece of hardware so it can't be duplicated, but I think they use public-private key encryption so that you don't even have to tell the server the secret at all. You just give out the public key, and then the server just basically challenges your hardware key to cryptographically sign the challenge, and then yeah, it's much safer. The Google Authenticator stuff I'm doing right now, there are known vulnerabilities. So if you're you can't just assume this stuff just works. You have to know the pitfalls. So like this, here's a link in my notes that talks about an attack vector that within an hour and a half, using OpenCL and 2 pictures of a user's authentication app screen that have been, if they know what the code was and they know at the time the code is generated, they can run it through an algorithm on just a normal, OpenCL based GPU, and basically clone your authenticator within an hour and a half. So if you use Google Authenticator, just make sure no one ever sees your code. Don't show it for the whole world to see. Someone might take a picture of it and then clone your authenticator. So yeah, but it's better than nothing, right? So the basic 32 stuff is done. Let me try to use it now. That would be the next step. Is in here, rather than doing this myself, let me do a %s, and let me clean this up a little bit. System abstractions printf. And let's do secret, encoded secret dot C string, and let me compute this encoded secret up here. So const secret is, let me make sure it's the same string, right? Hello world. Oh, I wanted to make sure the padding characters were removed too. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna use base 32 for this. Don't give apps on your phone permission to take pictures of your screen. Yeah, because they could, whenever you're not looking, they could be taking pictures of your authenticator screen and then send that to some bad guy, right? Don't you need the time then too? Yeah, but when most cameras take pictures these days, they encode the time the picture was taken as an EXIF tag. Also, the attacker who is taking a picture of your phone could just look at their watch right when they take your picture. So you gotta be careful. Yeah, I mean, there are other things you could do, like you could have more bits. One unfortunate thing that I learned is that this time-based, was it time-based? Or is it the standard that it's based off of? I think it was this one. There's like a minimum number of bits, the algorithm says. The shared secret must be at least 128 bits. Well, guess what Google did? They made their authenticator hard-coded to 80 bits. So it's weaker than the minimum, and there's not much people can do about it because it's so widespread. I think other authenticators like Authy, maybe Google Authenticator has fixed this by now, but the more bits you have in your shared secret, the harder it is for someone to brute force determine what it is, right? So they recommend even more than the minimum of 160 bits, right? The flip side is the longer the secret is, the more a user would have to type in if they didn't support QR codes. So there's a trade-off there. Pro tip, write down scratch codes. Oh, that's another thing I probably want to do, right? I should, in addition to adding soft token authenticator, I should allow a user to generate one-time codes, backup codes, right? So let me write this down. We should allow the user to generate some backup OTPs. Let me give you a point for that, because I had forgotten that I wanted to do that. Everything has QR codes anymore? So the QR code is just a way to give, to a convenient way of entering the string. Ultimately, what the authenticator needs is the secret key, and then if there are any parameters, like if it's a custom algorithm, right? Like SHA-512 instead of the default, that would be in the URI string as well. That's why a lot of these authenticators, they say if you don't want to take a picture of it, you can also type in the secret manually if you're willing to go through that burden. But guys, let me know if I miss any chat too, because I have a tendency to miss some chat once in a while. All right, anyway, that's the secret. So we'll do const auto encoded secret is base 32 encode. How come it's not finding it? I think something's wrong with the IntelliSense, don't you? Maybe we need to restart Visual Studio Code. Let me do that really quick. So, was there a built-in restart? Thought there was. Oh well, I'll just stop it and start it again. If I can get my IntelliSense back. It's IntelliSenseless right now. Suppose I need to let it run and okay, maybe it's up to date now. Let's see. Const auto encoded secret is base 632. Oh, there we go. Back into business. So secret. But we want to chop off the oh, it's still having problems. Why does it think it needs to be converted to an int? Oh, because it's const. There we go. This is going to put the padding characters on, and this says up here, I believe, where the padding specified in base 32 is not required and should be omitted. So the question is, do I want to like have a flag for encode that says just skip the padding? Or do I want to just chop it off myself here? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to opt to have a flag here. So that means let me update the tests I have. So let's expand this vector a little bit. Comma, space, and then some string in there. And then let me put the one without padding, and we'll have the test those as well. And so we'll do it, I guess we're doing both? No, we only need do we need it for decode as well? Yeah, I think so. So we'll do both. So this will be some extra flag that says we're skipping padding. Actually, let's have the decode do it for us. So this will be another string, encoding without padding. And we'll put that there and there. Exactly. And so base 32.h has to have, oh, I have two alternatives, one for a vector and one for a string, so we'll do both. So actually I can just do there and then do that. Bool include padding equals true. Let's turn it around. Skip padding or omit padding. Default to false instead. And then I love this multi-cursor thing, by the way. I can just do stuff like this. type it once and it's in 2 places. If true, do not include padding characters at the end of the encoding. All right, and then we'll just... More than 2 equals is not valid. Well, base 32, it's different. So base 32, there are 5 possibilities because there are... it's a multiple of 40 bits instead of... what's base 64? 24. So base 64, it's always an integral multiple of 24 bits. But for base 32, it's multiple 40 bits. So that means because you're dealing in bytes, there are 5 possibilities, right? It's exactly equal there, or you're offset by 1, 2, 3, or 4 bytes. And so you end up with either 0, 1, 3, 4, or 6 padding characters. It's all in the math. Math is weird. My brother's better than I at math. I just go with the math guys, what they say. So, okay, we'll add that there. And then here as well. There we can just pass it along, right? I can just say omit padding. Here, I think I just need to put extra logic here. If not omit padding, then do that. Right? That should be all I need to do there. Ask you why implementing that yourself? Yeah, there are plenty of libraries out there. I do it because I enjoy doing it. So I enjoy reading RFCs that describe internet standards that I can understand and then try to do it myself. If I can do it myself, I get the sense of accomplishment that I've been able to turn something from a specification like this, especially if it's an official internet standard. It's pretty cool. It's like, this is the official thing everyone in the world uses, right? If I can implement that myself, it's like I've conquered it. The other reason, I guess, would be it's educational. So if someone wanted to see how you would go about taking a standard and implementing it, I'm kind of showing you how you do it. RFC, request for comments, right? I've worked with RFCs, which is the IETF, the, what is it? International, what does IETF stand for? You would think that they would say what IETF stands for somewhere. It's like some international, now I'm going to want to look it up. Internet Engineering Task Force. It's one standards body, right? So I've implemented standards based off of them, which are these RFCs, and I've also done ISO standards and IEC standards. And some of them are really challenging. Like when I implemented SIP, you guys know SIP? Session Initiation Protocol. This thing is a beast. Where's the RFC for that? 3261. This thing is like 269 pages long. But, you know, when I got this done, it was really cool because I could make phone calls with it. When you can actually implement a standard and do something in the real world with it, it's really cool. But yeah, I'm just weird that way. Let's run the tests again. Yeah, most people probably wouldn't benefit too much from doing this themselves. They just pick up a library that does it. And that's fine. But then again, my library that I'm making is open source, so someone else could just use my library, right? Someone's got to write the library. Why not me? I guess one reason would be someone's already written it, so this is just redundant. But anyway, it's fun. Try not to do things that have been already done. Yeah, but there's something to be said about recreating a master work. Sort of proves that you know what you're talking about, right? If you can get close to or match a professionally done library that hundreds of thousands of people use, that really proves a lot. And if you can do it better, I mean, it doesn't happen hardly ever, but if you can do it better, then you know that you're on top of your game. So what's 5661 about? You can ask a question, but I reserve the right to answer it or not, if that's okay with you. What's RFC 5661? Network file system. Oh, how long is it? 617 pages. Nice. Sometimes they're long because they include lots of example source code. This one looks like it's long for a good reason. Oh no, look at all that. There's a little bit of bloat there. A little bit of bloat. Not too much though. Okay, so this is a respectable RFC. Was that a syntax error? I thought I saw a line that was... Oh, there it was. Where was it? What happened there? Oops. They're not supposed to do that. They're not supposed to like... That looks like it was corrupted, doesn't it? Oops. You never eat when hours and hours stream. Is that on purpose? Well, I only stream for like 4 hours, so I usually eat before the stream and then after the stream. If I did a longer stream, like 8 hours, I'd probably do what I've seen other long hour streamers do, which is take a lunch break in the middle. Yes, I do not need to eat. I am a robot. Wait, no, I am a human. I am definitely not a robot. Okay, so we want to omit them. So I can just try this out now, right? So I'm going to restart the server. And the test for this would be to take my authenticator and like put the code back in and see if it still works. So let me go to my authenticator and drop the token I have. Adam's one of them too, but I've seen other streamers as well who take breaks to eat and stuff like that. Not like regular lunch breaks, but they'll go like, 6 hours and maybe 4 hours into it they say, oh, I need to take a break to eat something. How do I remove something from... Do I just right swipe? There we go, delete. Oh, I can't delete it immediately? Okay, so it won't let me delete it, or it says it's keeping me safe by saying it'll delete it in 48 hours. So let me change this a little bit. We'll make it Alex at example.com instead. So we'll try again. I'm using Authi, and Authi just doesn't want me to remove a soft token unless I wait 48 hours. That's fine. We'll just put in a new token. Okay. So this, as soon as the game cluster comes up, this is the test environment, by the way, not the real game. But as soon as it comes up like that, this should come up again, and then there's the new QR code, so let me scan it. Scan, please. All right, that was easy. Done. And let me do the get code. Ah, that worked. All right, cool. Base 32 is working. So what's the next step? Yeah, so you guys can play at home too. This is just a hello world secret, so it's a test key. It should say alex at example.com, and the code should match. Like, it rotates every 30 seconds. I gotta, this will change, but so if you do it now, you should get 186154. All right, so what's next? I think what's next would be to actually put it into the user's record. So how do I do this step by step? I think we'll just add the secret first. And every time they ask to get one, it'll just set it. You can see it rotating through Google Authenticator. Yeah, it should work. So you should get 479515 now. All right. So let's go to the player record and include the secret. I had tests for this, right? Players tests, yes. There are a couple things I need to do, right? I want to add the secret, but I don't want it to show up when I want to strip it out when we provide it back to the user. So that's what is that? We would still need to serialize it and deserialize it. So I guess that's maybe where we start. Let me take some other field like chat ignore, and we'll just search for that string. Okay. Oh my goodness. Regna 90. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Okay, I guess we can just go ahead and add it, right? If a second factor of authentication is enabled, this holds onto the secret key or other shared or other information required to validate authentication information for this factor. There we go. Hey there, Ralrita. I'm good. How are you? We're adding a two-factor auth today. Or as much as I can add within my time limit of 4 hours. We're an hour and a half in. See how far I can get. So I think we'll just keep it simple and make it a string, and we'll call it 2FA. Well, I can't start with a 2. We'll call it auth secret 2FA, or just auth secret. I don't want it to get confused with this stuff. I put this auth data as a separate structure. I think that was a mistake. It didn't need to be. I really want this to be auth secret for the second factor. Let's spell it out. Auth secret second factor. Believe I can do it? Oh, thank you. We'll see. We'll see how much I can get done. All right, so let's look elsewhere. In the backend. Okay, yeah, send player profile. We do want to send it to them if they have not yet validated their token, right? So let me make a unit test for that. Let's have another note here. Provide in send player profile if not yet validated. Because the idea would be that they enabled two-factor auth, but they didn't enter the correct code yet, and then they somehow get disconnected. We want them not to be required to use it yet, and to continue the registration process, they need to get the secret again. Although, you know what we could do is we could just never send it, and like, if they haven't validated it again, they could just turn it off and redo it. Maybe that's what I'll do instead. That's probably safer. We don't want to transmit the secret when we don't absolutely need to, right? Right, so this is the serialization. I really want to hit the test first, though. Which one is this? Profile change reflected to player. Okay, yeah. Don't care about this. Fetch profile, yeah. Don't care. All right, here we go. So I think the way I was doing this is there are two players, one that has the default, one that doesn't. And yeah, I did it. I put the non-default in player 2. So I do the same thing, right? So player 2 dot auth second factor is hello. Oh. Yeah, I thought so. Goodbye. All right. Yeah, that's been happening a lot. I had the ban hammer right there ready for them. What they do is so this is for other streamers to help you guys out. What they do is they'll create a new account, wait about a month so that they don't look like a new account anymore. The first thing they'll say is, "It's nice to see you, that I just found out your channel." And then about like a couple seconds later, they'll put in the spam. And so I always get the ban hammer ready right when I see it's an account that's about a month old and they say hi and I've never seen them before. So you should, unless they change their ways, it's easy to spot them right now. All right. Okay, so it's hello. So we want to expect that down here, right? So it's gonna be a long string. Do I care? I guess I don't really care. Yeah, it's just gonna be empty, right? Is that what I want? Yeah, and then player 2, when we serialize, it's gonna be hello. Actually, I don't want it. The secret can have binary characters in there, so it needs to be the, I want it to be the base 32 encoding of that. So base 32 encode that and omit the padding characters. Yes. When I store it in the player record, I want it raw, though. But I want it base 32 encoded when it's serialized. Or this is serialized, right? Yeah. And then the deserialize is the opposite way. So we'll just turn this around, right? Hey there, Omnia. Hey, how are you doing? Yeah, so CM Griffing, they changed the format to fool the bots, I think. But so we have to just be, looking out for it. How's it going? It's going pretty good. This is my second day back from a week and a half break, so to speak, and I'm doing okay. Working on two-factor auth, and I did a little bit of work yesterday. So we're playing around with authenticator apps, showing the QR code, and then getting the one-time password from it, which is working. So now I'm taking the next step. So we're adding the capability of storing the second factor auth's secret key in the player's record. I need to make sure it doesn't show up when the player downloads their data, though, because we really don't want to send secrets. But yeah, I need to put the secret in there, and then basically if it's enabled and validated, you'll need to use your authenticator every time you log in. Well, every time you log in without doing the remember me, the login, if you have a login token, we don't want it to be too annoying, so we won't require the second factor for that. Okay. Yes. Is this it? And then this should have an empty one? Or was I going with, oh, that's right. I wanted this to go with the default and have this one up here. So I can have this do and expect that it's empty. Right? You're at your grandparents and they have no internet and your mobile signal is bad? I'm sorry. Yeah. At least I have stream options so you can look at me at low bitrate or just audio only. Does everybody know that? Like, if they don't need to watch me or my code, if you just want to listen to my soothing voice and you're on mobile, you can just do audio only. So what am I expecting for player one's? It's a hello, right? Hello for players.get1.auth secret second factor. And then we'll expect the default for player 2. Yeah, 160p running time, exactly. This is players get 2. All right. Now, did I get them all? Oh, right, clone. We want clone to have that in there. So player 2 dot that equals hello. And then when we clone them, oh, so it's just easy. It's just that dot. Oh, thank you for that follow, by the way. 160p is worse than audio only? You can't see nothing? But with audio, what can you see? You see with your imagination? Oh, thank you for that follow as well. Isn't the audio compression the same? Oh, thank you for the third follow. I didn't think the audio was that badly compressed. But then again, my standards are pretty low. If I can understand what they're saying, I don't really mind if it's a little bit gravelly or distorted. Everyone's different, right? You get the 1 matching the 1, 2 matching the 2, okay. And then restore, we should have the same kind of thing, right? Yeah, so let me pull from where I called base 32 up here. Go back down to restore. Actually, what are we gonna... If we download the player data and it doesn't include the authenticator secret, restore shouldn't have it in there either, right? In fact, if it is there, we don't want it to be there anyway. So I'll make it explicit that it should be empty. Well, basically, if you restore your character, even if this happened to get in there somehow, we will just not enable it. There, explicit. And what else do I need to do? Sounds fuzzy, yeah. Hey there, FD God, how are you doing? I usually watch them at 480p because most streams I watch where I want to see the code, they use a larger font size anyway, like I do, and so that's my target. Is what I like is what I want to see is what I try to do. Rally monkey, you better be careful, Rally monkey. Oh, you're funny. Okay, yeah, here we're getting into the methods where we want to actually set it, right? 720p for me or someone else? If mine stuff doesn't come through with 480p, I'd probably up my font size a little bit. Oh, for Tim. Okay. Yeah, I don't actually look at Tim's code as closely though. Yeah. So I don't mind looking at it 480p. I usually am watching for when he's actually testing his game, and I am usually just listening otherwise. Okay, so we're adding some stuff here, right? So how do I want to do this in the real game? It's going to be like enable authenticator or enable second factor or something. Enable... wait a minute. I should just keep it simple, shouldn't I? Like, set auth second factor. Something like that. And then will there be a get? Actually, no, it's, yeah. It's just part of the record, isn't it? All right, so am I doing it with just player 1 and 2? Wait a minute, why is this doing that, but they getting player 1? Oh, because one's ignoring the other. Okay, got it. So yeah, it doesn't matter here. All I need to do is say players dot set auth second factor player 1 ID, and then we'll just keep it simple. It's just a secret. Hello. And then expect equal. Well, let's just not even repeat ourselves, right? We'll just say secret is hello. So then expect equal to the secret if we get players get player 1 ID auth secret second factor. There we go. Done. Oh, except that that method doesn't exist yet. Okay. Players. Some of these are debug only, right? Or are all of them fine? Oh, I guess they're all fine. Okay, so void set auth second factor. I'm going to have more information here. Right now we're just starting with the secret. So secret. But I'm making it multi-line because I'm going to add more later. So set up the player's second factor authentication information. And then I'll just copy what I had written here. This is the, right. This is the secret key or other information required to validate authentication information for this factor. Very long worded explanation. That's fine. Mr. Muffles, long time no see. And I really appreciated the DM I got from you the other day. It was very sweet. How have you been doing? How's your game coming along? I know you haven't really been streaming it, but I hope you've been still working on it. Mr. Muffles is working on a Metroidvania style game in Unity, and occasionally I've seen him stream it, and it's always really wonderful when he does. So let me give a shout out, even though he might not be streaming it. In case he ever does, you might want to check it out. I'm doing two-factor auth today, Mr. Muffles. We need junior song here. You can read mine at 360p, Nui? That's good. I think I went with 480p because I get roughly the same. My target was like 1 megabit per second or something, and that's around what I get at 480p. All right, this should be pretty simple, right? Just store the thing. So where we need to look up the record, yeah, all this stuff, right? And no, we don't need to return anything. Oh, we need a player ID. I forgot about that. This is the identifier of the player. So this is pretty much the interface to a database-like thing, and right now it's just stored in memory. In the future, it could be in a database, and that would just be changing the bodies of all these methods to be like interfacing with the database instead of going to a map, essentially, right now. How did I do it in this case? Oh yeah, we just return, okay. Just return, and then if we haven't returned, then we go to records entry. Second dot that equals secret. Done. You're planning on streaming any moment now. Okay, do you just need encouragement? Code and system security. I like your name. How are you doing? Took a break, but you're back working on your game again? Okay, cool. Had to transfer everything to a different PC. Just got all your stream stuff set up again? Okay. Yeah, that's an awesome name. Code and system security. I'm working on security stuff right now. I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing two-factor auth today. Yesterday, I did this prototype. This just says alex@example.com, but it works. You could put this into Google Authenticator or Authy, and the code matches up. So today, I'm taking this prototype work and actually working on implementing into the game I'm working on, which is a multiplayer online game. And right now, the game just requires a username and password. So I'm going to also allow people to enable the second factor auth with the soft token. In the future, probably hardware tokens and also OpenID Connect for like sign in with Google. There'll be other alternatives, but yeah, I want to improve the security of my game. So code and system security. As your name implies, it's probably something that you might be interested in. So yeah, this is the data structure or the database, so to speak, of where I'm storing the shared secret. And I'm right now just making sure that these tests will pass, that we can store it in there and then it gets serialized correctly. So obviously I don't have it done correctly. Oh, because I haven't written the code yet. Yeah, exactly. Using test-driven development. I did the tests first and I haven't done the code yet. So that's actually what I expected to happen. So a requirement set, I need to update the code to actually do this correctly. So that would be inside of serialized player record, right? We need to include whatever the tester wanted me to include. So let's go to that. It expects auth secret second factor to be the base 64 encoding of the secret. So that's base 64. Actually, if it's empty string, do you get empty string out? I think so. Well, the test will tell me if this works, right? Auth secret second factor. And get the syntax right. And that base 32 is from the unfortunately named base 64 library that I wrote. I want to make that an N, I think. But not right now. That's serialized, right? So that should make the serialized test pass. Cool. And then, so we're just down to deserialize. So deserialize is the opposite. There it is. Yeah, so it's a new record. So old records might not have it. So we need to make it conditional, like I've done other things. So if we have that in the serialized record, we will deserialize it. Actually, I guess I can just do it in one step, right? Record.that equals base 32 decode serialized. Yeah, just look it up, right? Done and done. I'm feeling that the restore might be broken when I do this, though. I want to run all my tests again. Yeah, I thought so. Restore was a special case where we do not want to actually get the secret out. We want to basically auto disable the authenticator for restoring an account because we don't want that to show up. So let's go to restore is probably just calling deserialize, right? Where's restore? Yeah, so well, how do I do this then? Maybe have a flag, like include auth or something like that. Yeah, let's do that. There's a lot of deserializes, aren't there? We're interested in the player one. Okay, that goes through the player's aggregate, so we don't need to change that. So I guess it would just be here. This is an internal method, right? Yeah. Okay, so we can just include it right now. Include second factor auth. If false, any second factor authentication details in the given serialization are ignored. That's because I don't want someone's secret to, if it were accidentally serialized, I don't want it to be reapplied. I don't want to ever serialize. I don't want to ever put it in the downloader, and if it ends up being there, and we deserialize it to restore a player, I don't want it to be re-enabled by accident. So that would be included here, right? So it has to be both false and it has to have that. So actually, no, true, right? If include second factor auth and it has one, then get it. So compiler error-driven development, I guess, would be I just look for all the compiler errors I just made by adding the second argument. So players 518. Yeah, so here it is false. And then down here it would be true. There we go. I'm kind of on the fence to have this kind of a parameter because when you read this code, you'll be like, true about what? Kind of forces you to have to click on that and see the name of it. But I think in this case it's okay. Let's run the tests again. Yay. Okay. That said, now what we can do is in the auth here, when this is called, we'll make a new one. Actually, no. What I'll do is I'll just use the hard-coded secret and store it in the player record. But it just occurred to me I can't just store it. I have to make a command to do that because the game runs on multiple servers, like I can show here, and all of them have to have the same copy. So it can't just be one server that stores it. We have to make it a game command that gets replicated in order for all the servers to store it. Yeah. We'll need a new command, I guess. Command tests? Making a new command? So yeah, for game commands, there's like 3 tests in general: to create the command, to encode it, and then to get its type. So they're all very similar. They just take an existing command and just rename the command. Copy and rename in the copy. This will be what? Set second factor auth. Is that the same name I used here? Set auth second factor. Okay. That's better. All right, so what would I expect? There's no ticket ID. It instead is secret, right? So secret is hello. The command would look like this. That's all I need for now, right? And then expect it on the way on the way out. Same thing here, right? Secret is hello. Expected to be encoded there, yes. Okay, and then that's all I need there. Okay, so I just need to add that to my list. So I'll take this and search for it. So yeah, it needs to be given a header file. Set auth second factor. And it needs a source file. It needs to be included here. And then we'll do the files in a minute. It has to be registered here. And yeah, now I just need to make them. So I'll just take this file and duplicate it. Set auth second factor. Done. Thank you for that follow. I hope I no longer call out the names of followers because sometimes people don't want to be called out. But it shows the name up there in the overlay. If you want me to call you out, just say hi in chat and I will definitely say hi and talk to you. Oh yeah, Mr. Muffles, I had security issues 2 streams ago. We had 2 accounts hijacked. So that prompted me to say, okay, I guess it's time to add second factor auth. We'd have people hijack some other people's accounts, probably by guessing the passwords maybe weren't so strong and they were guessed, or maybe they were already hacked passwords from other sites or something. I don't know. So the second factor auth combats that. that they can't just get in knowing your password. They also have to have somehow access to your soft or hard token. Secret. Let me copy from the player record. This is the secret key or the information required to validate authentication information for this factor. Okay, and that's all I need to put in there. And the source file. Use a sentence. Yeah, I like the correct battery horse staple from the XKCD cartoon about that. One problem is that now I think people trying to hack passwords have caught onto that, and now they do dictionary attacks for trying to attack those things, right? And I'm sure a correct battery horse staple is on the I am pwned list. I would be amazed if it wasn't, because people are like, oh, I'll just use that, not knowing that it's like almost a meme. Okay, where am I? I'm looking for source commands. Getting lost in my own code here. Source commands. Here we go. I just need to take that and copy it. Set auth second factor. And then this is secret, and the secret is a string. Secret. Thank you for that follow. Okay, I just need to build this, I think. Let's see if I missed anything. Configuring, I use CMake, so it's not the most popular build system builder maker, but it works for me. Building, 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 and linking. Okay, if that links correctly, which it did, then I'll run the commands test to make sure the command is available. And it is, and it worked. And it should be on that list now, right? Yeah, here it is. So that passed. So we can use it now in auth. So before we did not make a command, now we will. So yeah, something like this. Okay. I got the button ready. You wanna do your spam so I can ban you? I'm all set up for you. Go ahead. Yeah, I thought so. No, I just need to get my practice. If I can practice at that, I can like ban them so quickly that no one ever sees it. All right, so the command is here. I wonder if they even watch the stream. They just go in to chat only and do it. All right, so I want set auth second factor, and I want this one to just be set auth second factor. Oh, I misspelled it. It's not the fastest. We have some really creative people that are in my stream and in Seam Griffing's stream that have written bots to auto ban people really fast. The problem with this kind of spammer though is they're not following a pattern that's easy enough for a bot to detect. Well, it's a form of IRC. Yeah, but the problem is that they actually had to have created a Twitch account, so which means they have to. It's a somewhat painful process, so it's not something they can automate to where they'd be constantly creating new accounts. Otherwise, it would be a bigger problem, and then Twitch would just have to go, do something to combat that. Why is that not being included? Anyway, they have to be logged in. This is what that says. We get this stuff, and then we're making a set. Right, so we're going to fill in what exactly? How come that's not being found? Okay, let me clear this stuff out for a second. See why that's not being found by the build system. Okay, now it is. Weird. Oh, but now it's not. Okay, let me restart VS Code. 5 to 10 minute follow mode. That's interesting. I guess that's what I would have to do if it became a problem, right? But then right now they're already circumventing the new account thing by just creating an account and waiting a month, right? Like that last one, what I created their account. Oh, actually no, that was a completely new account. So the bot that Skizzers has would have caught that one. But the one before, like it had been created like a month ago. Yeah, I don't like the follower only mode myself, so I have that stuff off. But I would have to turn it on if it became a problem, right? I would hate to do that. I hated having to do the second factor auth, but I have to do it now that we have the security issues. But actually, I'm hearing a beast outside that wants to be let in, so I need to go get the beast and show on stream. So I'll leave the camera off, but not the BRB screen because it's going to be like just 15 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, so I have this beast here who likes to interrupt my stream to be let in and out of the house. So his penalty is when he does this, he has to say hi. Say hi. Say hi, beast. He doesn't. If only they knew that they were being looked at through the camera or whatnot. Kitty. Yeah, he is my beast. Beast. He basically meows the top of his little voice to be let in, and I have to go let him in. I need to maybe get a kitty door for him. All right, so this is available now. Player ID and secret. Here's where we get to make a secret. So I did this for create account, right? How did I do that? Create player. In this generate salt. Yes, I used a random number generator to make it. This is what I want to use. So that's RNG generate. Oh, we have to actually make it. Okay, fine. You can make it. So this is the secret. Bytes. And I'm just going to hard code it right now. So was it Google authenticator wants 80 bits, so that's 10 bytes. Right? The grumpy cat, yeah. Make the testing secret correct, horse battery stable. But I always misspell that, so I'm just using hello. How long did it take to tame that frightening beast? It took years, my friend. Does the kitty have his own bed? He sleeps on my bed about an hour or two, and then he just goes around prowling the house at night. And he's got his, I guess you can say he has his own bed. He's got like one of those tower things where he can climb up this pole, and there's like a carpeted platform that he sleeps in sometimes. Usually he just wanders around the house, sleeping wherever. Okay, so this secret bytes goes here and here, right? And actually, what does this generate do again? It doesn't return anything, so what am I... So I don't assign it here. We're just generating it, and then I think I just wanted to do assign from beginning to end. All right. And then it will get executed, and the result of the execution, we will then send it back. So that means that the check no longer does this anymore. The check will probably just do this thing where they have to be logged in, Is that right? That's not quite right. Let me copy from something else. Like one of these, maybe? Well, it will be, let's do profile, like change profile. Yeah, I think we just do that, right? And this would be a true because we actually want a command done now. And this is get auth secret when not logged in. Actually, why do I sometimes do is ID registered and other times? Oh no, because that's in make command. Okay, it's the same thing then. We hang up on them if they're not logged in, right? Hang up on them if they're not logged in. Okay, and then so we will move this to after the command gets executed. So yeah, I need to have a callback then when it gets executed. Where is that? Command execution delegates. Yes. Okay, so that was set auth second factor, right? On set auth second factor needs to be added. And we can just model it after this one. So let's search for that. So put it here. React to the execution of a set auth second factor command. And then go to here where it's implemented and copy some of the same. Let's just copy the whole thing. Paste, copy pasta, set auth second factor. Will there ever be an error? I don't think so. So we're just going to recover the command. And getting the player, so that's player ID. And oh, do I need the server? I need the server and client ID, don't I? Because we want to give the response only back to the connection the player's on. Wait a minute, but I can get it from the player record. So I don't need that. I did this extra check because that command is special, so I really shouldn't have copied that command. Where's a better one to copy? Profile, like on change profile executed. Yeah, I think at the end it just says, yeah, it does this thing. What's a simpler one? What would be a command that's simpler for me to copy? I don't know. Yeah, maybe chat? No, that's not a good one. I don't know. How about update mod event? What does that do? It does its thing, and then what is this? Aha. So it's just this. And if it's an error, do that. Okay, we're not going to have errors. Okay, so I can just copy this bit of code and paste it there. And I don't need this stuff. All right. So this will always be true, so I don't need that. So and then there's only one ID. It's command player ID. Yeah, so it's a lot simpler. then this is, let me set a bookmark here because this is where I want to move the code that had the auth secret, this stuff down here. So this, go back to the other bookmark and paste it there. Okay. So instead of WS, it's client first. That's the client's WebSocket connection. And then we're sending them their secret, and the secret is encoded from the player record because it's been modified by the executor at this point, right? So it's just player dot that. Perfect. I don't need that secret. And I don't need that. Excellent. Potential troll? Yeah, but Lily has been chatting other things, so... I am somewhat permissive of new accounts. There are some channels like CM Griffing where you have to be, your account has to be like 7 days old to chat. But I guess I'm more open-minded, not open-minded, what's the right word? I'm more permissive. It'll have to change if I get burned too much. That's what happened to Chris. He got burned too much by trolls, so he just has a bot now that auto times you out if your account is not 7 days old at least. So that bot exists. It would be really easy for me to get it in my channel, I guess, if we needed it. Well, yeah, that's what I meant. The account is also new, but that's okay for me. I should say like welcome to Twitch. And please don't troll me, because if you do, then I might have to do what CM Griffing does, which is auto timeout for a week. All new accounts that chat. Yeah, it's unfortunate we have to do that stuff, don't you think? It'd be nice if we didn't have trolls, that we wouldn't have to go through all that extra effort. Anyway. I already had that in my authenticator, so I need to rotate it now. Carol will be the new test subject. You've never had a troll? Mr. Muffles, you shouldn't say that, because Murphy's Law says now the very next time you stream, you'll probably have a troll. I think you just have, it's like not a matter of if, it's like a matter of when. Okay, I'm going to delete my old test. Swipe to delete, right? And then I got to wait 48 hours. And then, okay. Oh, someone was talking about that? Yeah. The streamers I really admire are the ones who can talk through an awkward moment like that and then not have to ban or time anyone out. I know a few streamers who are really good at it. Like there's one who will even tolerate a troll actually actively trolling. They'll basically keep them around until the troll like either leaves or it becomes boring, and the troll gets boring and just bans them. But it's really funny to see when the troll just leaves because he can't actually succeed in trolling the guy. That's the best. All right, so this will return the secret to us when it's set, and then let me put a bookmark there. So back here, when you ask for it, it will append a command to do it. So that's good. I just need to have a test for this. The test will have to tolerate that it's random. Yeah, staying on the phone with the telemarketer. I've thought about doing that just to get better at it. But usually I'm just doing something else. I'm like, I don't have time for this. Okay, so it would be in the coordinator test auth player, correct? So I would make a new set of tests here. I'd rather copy from another test framework that has a simpler command. Like, what about that? Yeah, look, one of these. Yeah, just copy one of these. Copy. And then paste. And this is, oh, I'm in the wrong file. Go to here, paste here. This fixture is called coordinator test auth player. We're gonna have a test. Okay, the name of the test. A request. Or actually, let's just name it after the command, right? or after the message, which is what? It's like get, what was it? I don't see it now. Get auth secret is what it was. And so add the test user. There's no tick. We don't need any ticket. We don't need no tickets. Current time doesn't matter. It's the leader of the cluster. Player connects and authenticates. And then we send the message get auth secret. And I don't believe there is any parameter to that right now. Yeah, there's no parameter. So it's easy peasy. The result should be a command appended, which is done. Actually, let's bookmark, and then I'll just use my bookmarks to go back. It's this one, set auth second factor. And the player ID should match the test user ID. Player ID. And I don't know what to expect from the secret. I guess it's just the length, right? Expect equal 10 for the length of the secret. Get, oh, is it length? Length. And is that all I need? I think so. All right. That will make sure that the command is appended, and then I need a test for when the command is executed that it actually gives the response back. So let me find one of those. Where would I find that? Maybe like change password or set password or something. It'll be here somewhere. Here we go. Notify client. Yes. Okay, that's a little bit more elaborate than I need. Really, I want to look for this. Mock executor publish. Let me look for that in another fixture. How about moderation? No. This one's better. We'll just take from there. Hey there, gutted. Or gut. What did I decide to say? I think gutted feels better, although I think of gutted with 2 T's. My English-only nature means I don't really know how to say it in how it would be said if it's a word in another language. So I apologize. Oh, I said hi, but I didn't wave. There, I waved. Maybe it was gut, yeah. All right, so this test will be second factor auth secret given on when set up. Okay, so add a test user, mobilize as leader, connect as the user. Then we're going to manufacture a set auth second factor and publish it. And the only thing I need here is a player ID, right? Test user ID. And a secret of some kind. So it'll be hello. So we simulate that it's been replicated throughout the cluster of game servers and published and committed, and then why do I have... Wait, what am I doing here? Oh, this is actually do it. So we have to say players set auth second factor player attest user ID and then the secret. I'll just copy it from here. Oh, wait a minute, it's moved, so I can't. So let me just make one here. Secret. Hello. And then you copy it here and use it down Here. Okay. Then we publish it, and then it should, we expect that the player will receive back the message that we are sending. I forgot to mute my phone, sorry about that. Okay, so that was where? Let's put a bookmark here so I don't lose my place, and then go looking around for it. It was right here. So we should get an auth secret. Don't need a bookmark there. Auth secret. And then I guess we'll have to kind of do the same kind of computation there. And then that's all I expect, right? And it will be, actually, what are we? I guess we'll have to make the test match the actual code. So right now this is hard-coded. And this string, yeah, we'll figure out what it should be up here, I think, right? Const auto encoded secret space 32 encode the secret, omitting the padding characters. What's the game's FPS? It's what is it? If you're talking about like the front end client, it is whatever Phaser's FPS is. It's either 30 or 60, but the game doesn't change that rapidly. So, like I set these water tile animations to be 4 FPS essentially, and also the maximum speed a player can move in the game is 4 steps per second. So it's again 4 FPS if you want to think about it in terms of that for player movement. I didn't want the FPS to be too high server side because of the excessive CPU requirement. So it's pretty low. I mean, it's a lo-fi retro style game, so it doesn't have to be that high. Using macro keyboard shortcut, not really. I need to get into that. Like the streamer that I think is really, really awesome at that is Adam13531, and he uses auto hotkey a lot, and he also has made extensive use of the mouse that he has, which has a lot of thumb buttons. And I should probably get into the habit too, but I haven't done it yet. I'm more in need of shortcuts, I guess. So okay, to get that I need to include it, right? So yeah, we expect the encoded secret to show up there. How come it doesn't like it? What would be why it doesn't like it here? Am I missing some syntax? I don't think I am. Let's just build it and see. Use Blender, your life is shortcuts? Yeah, that kind of forces you to learn shortcuts because there's so many things you might need to, so many user interface controls, right? Yeah, that sprintf is in my system abstractions library. String extensions. That's my version of sprintf that returns a C++ string, and you don't need to know the size of the buffer. All right. Run the test, I guess? Auth player test is what I want, right? So let's show those and run them. Cool. All right, so we can actually get the token in the game. So the other thing would be to get the one-time password out. I need to change that a little bit, right? Because right now it has the secret hard-coded. So right here. So instead of hard-coding the secret, I gotta look them up, right? So we'll do that. We'll do the same logic here, I guess. That they have to be logged in, and then if they're logged in, we can get their ID from there, and then put it here, right? Player.auth second factor. That'll work. I'm not going to write a unit test for that. I'm just going to run it in the real game test environment and see if it works. Oh, hold on. Is there some... I should probably add to the... Oh, thanks for that follow. I should probably add to the front end the display of the secret itself, right? I'd have to extract it from the URI. How hard is that? How would I extract a parameter from URI in JavaScript? I don't know. Let's look at this really quick. So JavaScript parse URI. It's probably something really easy. Yeah, here we go. How is it done? Get location? Oh. Oh, it actually creates an A link? That's interesting. Modern way is URL. Okay. Let me try that in the browser. So let's get me a console. All right. So, well, I could just do console and say x equals new URL, and then let me just take, where was it? I'm having a hard time seeing it right now. Oh, because I moved it, didn't I? To right here. Yeah. Okay. So, did I? Oh, I undocked it. Yeah. So it's like that. Let's just say hello, and like that, right? If it's that, I can just do h.secret. I mean x dot. What is it actually in there? Search param. Oh, wait a minute. Is that what I want? Values? Interesting. Oh, can I use that like it's an object? So I do x.search params.secret? I'm guessing now. Nope. It's some kind of thing. So let me continue looking it up. I guess I would look under dev docs, right? I would go to URL. You can track cookies, sure, why not? That's not what I wanted, is it? I don't want CSS. I want the URL. It's CSS. I want DOM, right? Okay, here we go. Search params. Get returns the first value. How do I just look up one? By key. Do I have to do, well, there's keys. Yeah, example would help, right? Oh, you can call get with something in it. Okay. So I can just say get secret. Perfect. So I wanted to include that in the front end when we do the QR code. I want to also show the secret base 32 encoding directly. So where was that? Source, views, activities panel, settings, right? This one? Yeah, so here's where we show the QR code. So after the QR code, so let's make this a React fragment instead of just a single element. And so in addition to the QR code, we'll have a div that shows the secret key. And then here we'll do the what I just figured out how to do in the DOM. It's new URL auth secret. Well, let's pull that out, actually. Well, hold on. Can I just do this dot? Search. Yeah, I can. Look at that. Get secret. There we go. See if that works right away now. So, dock that again. How come it can't connect? Oh, because I stopped it. All right. I was going to restart it and I didn't do it. Might be a weird question about how much CPP code does the Lua code depend on. So, the Lua code only depends on the CPP for when you want to add functions in Lua that call into your C++ code. So it's up to you. Oh, for my game, how much percent is the entire thing in Lua? It's a very small percentage. So the only things I have in my game in Lua are the game systems that are not yet finished being developed. They're sort of like they're in Lua so that it's easy to work on them and change them live in the production environment. Where do I have those stored here? ECS scripts. So each of these scripts is, 100 or so lines long. So they're not that big, and there aren't very many of them. There may be 30 or 40 of them. So maybe like 3 or 4,000 lines. Does that sound about right? Not even that. Maybe like only 1,000 or 2,000 lines of Lua. The rest of the game server, it's like tens of thousands of lines of code. And most of it is the framework used to support receiving connections and then maintaining the data for different players and connections and all that. And if you're just curious about like how much of the game logic, I would say yeah. Then most of the C++ code is not game logic specific. It's just the framework support for it. The actual game logic is then mostly Lua because the ECS systems that aren't in scripts are just dialogue, movement, NPC movement, rendering, tileset, and trigger, and each of these is they're a little bit larger because it's a C++ syntax, but they're on par except for the rendering system. The rendering system's huge. But these other ones are on par with the Lua systems, and there just aren't as many of them. So maybe 80% Lua, 20% C++, if you're just talking about game logic. And that's mostly because these game systems are really new, and I haven't yet finished developing them. Eventually, when the game is stable and out there for a while, I will have ported all of these scripts back from Lua to C++ just for the speed advantage. Yeah. But it is really freaking awesome to have the ability to change the game logic on the fly like this. The downsides are it's harder to debug, but the plus side is instant change to the logic. Don't have to recompile. So yeah, trade-offs. All right, so did that show up here? Make secret? No. Invalid prop size? Really? It didn't show the key there. Interesting. Is that because this is wrong? Let's put it in an extra section of code. If auth secret, const secret equal that. Debugger it. And we will go here and hit that and see what's wrong. That was weird. There was a lag there. Okay, what is secret? It's empty string. So what's auth secret? It has... Oh, it is empty. Huh. Why is it empty string? Why would it be empty string? I don't know. I guess I should check. Check the database. I think what's the easiest way to check the database? Hit snapshot and look at the snapshot, and then can I do that on stream? I don't remember. I'll play it safe and not do it on stream. Projects. Stage. Looking at the datas. Okay. Looking at my user account to see what's going on there. Yeah, it's empty. Interesting. So it would have. Okay, let me I can show the journal, so let's just show the journal as it goes, and then we'll take a look at it. So stage here, we'll look at the game journal. It's about to rotate anyway. I'll wait till it rotates. Okay, it just rotated, and then I'll hit the button to get a new code. And that will have done this one. Okay, here's the secret. Oh. The serialization is not doing the basic 32 encoding. That's the problem. Oops. We have to base 32 encode it because it's going out to JSON. Okay, that's my mistake. So C++ is fast because it doesn't run dynamically like Lua. Well, basically, C++ is compiled and optimized by the compiler to run very fast. And there isn't a second level of interpreting the instructions in a virtual machine. But a lot of that advantage C++ has gets there's competition with that in Lua if you use like Lua JIT, for example, the just-in-time Lua. And there's other things you can do. So it's easier to make C++ code run faster, but if you're really determined, you could make Lua run as fast as C++ if you did like Lua JIT or something like that. It'll almost always be slower than, but not always. You can never say absolutely it'll be slower. You could do Lua JIT, or you could customize the virtual machine to where it's doing custom. You can customize the language, right, for your specific need. You could make it just as fast, I think, but it would take more. It would take you more work. Okay, so the bug isn't here. We're done with that. It's really in the command, right? When we encode it, it's here. This should be the base 32 encoding of that. Encode true. And that won't build until I include it. All right. And oh, on the flip side, I have to encode it here as well. There we go. So now, oh, this will be secret. Now these tests will fail, and that basically reproduces the bug. Show and test explore. I want to see them fail. Reproduce the bug. What do I think about other languages like Rust? I think that they're fine. I don't know Rust myself, but I've heard good things about it. I usually pick a language that I'm comfortable with that I think will work well for the task at hand. So when I decided I wanted the front end of my game to be in the browser like this, like C++ versus JavaScript to me was the winner because there's been a lot more work and libraries to run it in the browser. I could have done WebAssembly and figured that out, but you know, it depends on your experience and your background and what you're willing to learn. I was wanting to learn about JavaScript frameworks, so I picked JavaScript. So languages like Rust, they're great for what Rust is good at. I don't know Rust well enough to say. But if someone else here knows Rust, feel free to speak up. There's probably tasks that Rust is the best at, and other tasks that are hard to do in Rust. So I think it really depends. Okay, so let's reproduce the problem. Let me fix it. So that's back in commands CPP here. So yeah, instead of just storing it, we need to base64 decode it. Base32 decode it, I mean. So this will be base32 decode of that. And then here it's base32 encode, the secret without the padding. It's really good at interpreting infinite data. It can handle infinitely long things as strings very easily. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Rust. That comes up a lot though. A lot of people are curious what others think about Rust. I guess there's a lot of interest out there. It's just unfortunately something I don't know. Okay, let's try again. Show here. I just run the two. Should pass now. Okay, fine. So that bug out of the way, we'll try again. So stop server, start it again. And I probably don't need that debugger anymore in the JS, right? Where was it? It was in the settings panel. Where is it? How come it's not in my list? It's next to there. Did it just not pinned? Okay, I don't know why. Okay, I probably don't need that anymore. But we'll keep it around just in case I need it. Okay, cool. Secret. It didn't work. So maybe I do need that after all. Enable the debugger. Secret. What does it look like? It is empty string. What's the... Oh yeah, it's still a blank. Okay, fine. Run. And I guess we'll go back to showing the... the log. Yeah, did I not pin that either? If I don't pin the buffer, and then I have to go find it again. Here it is, pin it. Okay, it's about to rotate. It rotates around 250, so there, just rotated, and then let me hit the button again. So that will put a command. Okay, here's the secret. So it's in there, but it's not coming back to us correctly. Let me see if it's coming back to us. So that it'll have shown it here. Yeah, it's not there. Wait a minute. Oh, because of this. Okay, yeah. And that's overflowing chat a little bit. Can I make this smaller so it doesn't overflow chat? Yeah. Okay, so it's like not returning, but it's getting into the snapshot, I hope. Let me check that. So back here, snapshot, and then let me look at that off screen again. No, wrong directory. I should have kept this window up. Stage. It's probably fine to show the snapshot. I just don't remember for sure. Like I might have had an OAuth key in there. Game.snapshot. Okay. Edit. Oh yeah, it's not in there. Oh, okay. I know why. It's not executed correctly. It's not being stored. All right. I'm gonna leave that window up this time. Yeah, I missed one big part. The command's in there, and I saw it, and I don't need to pin it anymore. But I'm not actually executing it. This is what happens when you stop working for a week and you come back to it. So the coordinator part is done, but the executor is not done. So the executor actually has to actually do the thing we asked it to do. We asked it to set auth second factor, right? So we will make an auth set auth second factor command, whose player ID is test. Do I have a test user ID? Test user ID. Okay, I don't. How did I do it in this test framework? Let me look for a changed password. Oh, do I really have to do that to create a whole player? Shoot. Executor. Executor. I like to say executor or executor, depending on my mood, I guess. What would be the right thing? Executor? Executor? I don't know. Whatever name strikes your fancy. So do I need to actually do this all the time, or do I have a shortcut for that? Oh, right. We can add it directly. That would be maybe easier, right? It would be a player's add. So what's the shortest I can get away with? Something like this? Yeah. Okay, that's the shortest I can get away with, I think. We do that. So we have Alex. They are logged into a server. Actually, that doesn't even matter, does it? We get a player ID out. That player ID is put into the command along with a secret of some kind. Say hello, right? And we put it onto the... We publish it, and then we expect that when we look up the players again, that it'll be set. So that's what we'll do. We'll expect... I guess I should go ahead and make that a constant up here. And then use it there. And then expect secret for players get player ID. That. There we go. Or killer, depends on the context. Yeah, I guess so. The Rust website has some nice info about it. A language empowering everyone to build reliable and efficient software. That sounds so nice. But very generic or very vague. What kind of software did they mean? Can you make a website with it? Can you make a robot? Can you code a robot with it? I don't know. Maybe. I wish that they would be more specific. Or they could say like all kinds of software, and that would be sort of a bold statement, wouldn't it? So yeah, the test fails. It doesn't actually store it. That's what we're seeing in the test environment. So the executor, that's how I feel like saying it right now, needs to have an entry in its table to actually execute that command. Where is that table? It's around here somewhere, I thought. Here it is. Command executors. Set auth second factor. So we need to make a function for that. The executor is pretty simple. It just does commands. It's called to actually finish the command once it's made its way through the cluster and been replicated, right? So we get the command out and we're doing set auth second factor secret, right? Done and done. I don't know why I say done and done. That's like implying that there are two things that I did. Anyway. Third time's the charm, I guess. If it's Turing complete, all kinds of software is 100% true. Right, but it's sort of subjective too, right? If it is empowering people greater in some contexts and not so much in others, right? It'd be cool if the Rust website said something like, Rust is good for this list of things and not so good for these other things. That would be more honest, I think. Unless it really is the best language ever, and it's like the best language for everything, which would be kind of hard to believe. Caught up to the cluster, okay. So can I have a token, please? Yay, I got a secret. Nice. So every time I hit that, it should give me a new secret. Look at that. Cool. And every time, so if I get another secret, another code every time, right? The code is different. Okay, cool. It's probably a good time to check in the code so far. Let's do that. So, did I change anything here? Yes, I did. What did I change? Oh, the omit padding. Right, so base 32, allow padding to be optional. And the rest of the work was in the game itself, right? So get GUI. There. Okay. Oh, did I forget to check that in? Oh. Oops. I forgot to check in my work from yesterday. The type system for Rust is somehow Turing complete? I'm not sure what that means exactly, but okay. So I can check these changes in independently, right? These changes were the front end work to show the QR code and to get the one-time password out. So we'll check these in first by themselves. On auth secret, yeah. Right. So front end, add UI for getting 2FA secret and OTP. Okay, and then this is the front end. This is the back end work, where essentially we just added the secret and fetching the OTP for now. So that's what I'm going to say. It's no longer hard-coded hello in the real code, right? Let me make sure. That would be here. We have hard-coded the identity, though. And I guess you could say I also hard-coded the issuer, although that's probably never going to change. But, you know, I should probably make that a constant, a game constant, right? What to think about that. Anyway, the identity is still hard-coded. Secret is not. And you have to be logged in to use this feature, and it's stored in your player record. Okay, so I know what to say. So work in progress, adding to FA, and then we'll say add soft token secret key to player record. Add commands for requesting new 2FA secret key. And current OTP, one-time password. Should I spell it out here? In case someone doesn't know what OTP stands for. And 2FA is two-factor authentication. And what else did I do here? That's essentially it, right? You can have a secret key added to your player record, and you can request it and get the current OTP anytime you want. Okay, that's good enough. Step in the right direction, right? Incremental progress and all that. I need to take a quick break. It'll only be like a minute or two. So when I get back, I think the next thing I'm going to do is, what am I going to do next? This is going to be hard. What's something easy I can do? Oh, probably I will take out the carol@example.com and change that to the actual name of the player. Although it needs to be something that doesn't change. So maybe I'll use the player's ID number instead. Yeah. Anyway, I'll figure that out when I get back. I'll be right back in just a minute or two. I'm back. Clicking is a fuel for the what program? Clicking can be a fuel for data miners who record user interactions. What are we talking about? Oh, PowerPoint animations? Thanks, Nui. C++ templates are, as far as you know, Turing complete. Right, okay. So does that mean theoretically I could write my game in PowerPoint? Oh, Rust is compiled? I actually thought it was interpreted like JavaScript. I guess I'm wrong. Big thing is how memory is handled. No garbage collector, but safe via rigorously enforced memory borrowing. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into it then. That sounds kind of cool. All right, so I'm going to replace that. So this is only used to make it unique, essentially, right? And it shows up in the authenticator as like an account name. So could I just leave it as the player name and not really care what else is in it? So I could just use the player, whatever name they currently have at the time, right? It doesn't really matter. It's not used, it's not part of the secret anyway. So what if I just use the player's name? The player's chosen name. Yeah, the account name. I'm going to probably separate player and character names in the future so that players can have multiple characters. So this just shows up in your authenticator, so it can just be whatever you picked. I could use email addresses, but right now email addresses are optional on my game. I only used to reset the password. Yeah, so let's just use yeah, let's just change this test to use the same just use it be Alex, right? Alex at. Let me look if I use Carol at example.com anywhere else. Yeah, so the executor, okay, that's different. Okay, it was just there. So that is going to have to match there. Also, it's a good idea to use player name there anyway because I think they're guaranteed to be URLs or URI safe. I don't have to encode it. I should double check though. So this will fail until I go here and change this to replace that with putting in their name. So that's player.name.cstring, comma. And this should pass again. Let me guarantee the usernames don't need to be URL encoded. I think we're safe. Let me find it though. Would that be an auth? Don't remember. It would be like create player, right? It's probably, the executor probably enforces it. No, I guess not. So where is it then? Here? Registered check, I guess? Where's registered check? Is username acceptable? There it is. Right, so it has to be capital letter, lowercase letter, 0 or 9, underscore as long as it's what? Not the first one or not two of them or something? And there are some reserved words that I intended to not hard code later. And where does it, it strips them, right? Where does it do the strip? Well, like, right here it detects if you have spaces in there. Why do I call it stripped? I don't know. It should just be lowercase username. Oh yeah, anything starting with player is forbidden. Yeah, so it should be URL safe, right? You don't have to URL encode any of these characters, so we're good. Okay, so let's go ahead and check that in, I guess. A little minor diff. Use player name in 2FA soft token. All right. What's next? I guess the next thing would be the enable disable. So it's what's currently enabled. And then if it's enabled, well, I guess just having the ability to turn it on and to turn it off, right? So basically removing the secret. I guess that's what we'll do next. So that would be an alternate to setting it. So what's the command right now? We could do the front end first. I don't think I'm going to finish this all today. I only have like an hour left. Does Google Authn also know the account or email? It's whatever they choose to put in there. But it would show up in your authenticator. So I'm pretty sure it's arbitrary. Let's look it up. I had it over here, I think. Yeah. It's the label. No, it's not the label. It's the account name. So what is account name? Do they even say what it is? Account. It's used to prevent collisions between different accounts with different providers that might be identified using the same account name, like the user's email address. Okay, so that's what the issuer is there for, so that you can have the same account name for different issuers. But I guess it goes both ways, right? If you have the same issuer but two accounts, it's just to avoid collisions. That's all it's for. So I guess people use the email address, but they could use a name or they could use something else if they want. I'm just going to use the player name. I think it's the examples say it could be the email, but like here's an example where it's not an email. This is just Alice space Smith. Interesting. Older ones ignored the issuer parameter and relied on the issuer label to okay, because it's in both places, yeah. Yeah, I don't think the authentication mechanism actually just doesn't care. It's just used to disambiguate. Yeah. So I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, so front end. Panels, settings panel. This had a get auth secret, right? Which, right, so that went back to my middleware. Get auth secret. So it sent this message. So I want to have another one called like clear auth secret or something. Actually, let's make the new command reflect what I want in the final implementation, which would be I guess disable or remove 2FA or something. Drop. We call it drop. Call it anything I want, right? Is this alphabetical? It is. Let's just call it disable. That sounds best to me. So disable two-factor authentication. There we go. And then that will be something that we can send. So actions disable two-factor. Now I forget what I typed just now. Let's make it more specific. Let's say disable second authentication factor. Let's do that. Disable something. Disable second authentication factor. So let's put that in the list of actions. Right here. Okay, and then we will be allowed to submit that from here. Second authentication factor goes there. That's a comma. So that's another prop that we have available. And then I just give a button for that. I guess what we would do is if it is, we don't need this anymore. If we have a secret, it's enabled, right? So here's where I would add the button. On click equals turn it off, right? So disable second factor. Why are the parameters for the functions surrounded by curly braces? Oh, it's a newer JavaScript syntax. So how come it won't go to it? Okay, here it goes. It's a way to say that it's called object destructuring, I think. Let's look it up. Probably this would explain it better than I could. Let me use this window though. Yeah, object destructuring in JavaScript. Destructuring assignment. Yeah, so here's a good example, right? So if something like the right-hand side of an assignment or something you passed into a function is a JavaScript object, you can pull apart the fields you want from it just by, instead of giving a name here, like, the classical way would be something like params, right? And then you have to say like, what was my param? Dispatch? I'd have to say like const dispatch equals params dispatch, right? So basically a shorthand for that is you just put the word dispatch here. You don't give a name to the argument anymore. Instead, you're giving a name to like something you pulled out of the argument. And what's cool is it kind of like how it looks. It's like giving names to parameters. The only catch is that you have to put all the parameters into one object, right? I mean, you could have separate objects. You could have like a second object which has something else in it if you wanted to. But then you'd have to remember which object had what in it. So I usually just have one object, and it's just a way to have named parameters. The other thing that's cool about it though is you could pass more, and the things you don't need, you just don't put the names here. So like when this dispatcher is called, it actually passes all three of these things: dispatch, action, and get state. And this function doesn't need the get state or the whatever it was, action. So I don't name it, and so I don't get it. So yeah, JavaScript, the newer JavaScript syntax is pretty cool that way. So you can do the same thing with arrays. So you can give names to elements of an array. And with the triple dot syntax, you get like the remainder. I think that's object spread syntax. And you use that a lot as well in Redux reducers. So you'll see this a lot in a lot of places, especially when you're returning the next state. It's like, if you just want to take everything from the old state, you just say, well, spread out the entire old state and then override these two fields from it. It's really cool. Yep. Pretty nice, yeah. And I'm very new to this myself. I didn't know any of this stuff like in January. So, hey, Mernon Krasner. Yeah, I learned a lot of this stuff just by learning React. And you probably learn the same thing if you looked at Vue or Angular. I think they all use the latest additions to JavaScript or ECMA script, however you want to say it. And it's a constantly evolving language. It's one of the things that's kind of nice about JavaScript. I don't have a shortcut for this, so I'm typing it manually. Mernon Krasner. ES6, right, so version 6 of ECMA script. Yeah, so I'm using React and Redux here. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. Just remember, I'm kind of I've only known this like 7 or 8 months, so relatively a newbie at it. There are some viewers and other streamers I know who are a lot better at knowing this stuff. I could refer you to if you have a question I can't answer, or if you you aren't sure if I'm doing it right. I could be doing some stupid things here, and so don't trust anything you see until you hear from another expert that yeah, that's a good way to do it. Sure. Okay, so disable second authentication factors, just packaging up a message to send to the server, and then here's the button that's going to trigger it. So I can actually test this now. It should already be enabled, right? If I go here and I get a secret, I should be able to hit that button to disable it. So let me make sure it does it. So we'll reload the connection, get the secret, and then when I here's the getting the secret part, right? So when I hit disable, it'll send the command. On the server side, it'll say, what the heck was that command? Received unrecognized one, but that's okay. Just making sure the front end does what it's supposed to. So we'll do the back end stuff next. So the back end stuff would be to interpret that command as just clearing out the second factor auth secret, right? So we'll do the test first. Where am I? Not in HTTP. Oh, down here. Don't need that anymore. It's a coordinator thing. So coordinator test. Here we go. So it's similar to this, but not exactly the same, right? So we'll name the test after the actual command. Here's where we clear it. So I'll need to have set it first. So let's do that. I think I would do it here. Let me make sure if I got this right. There's some other tests that make changes to players. Oh, I just call it. Okay, so I can just say players set second factor test user ID secret hello, right? Then they log in and disable their second auth. It should set it, and the secret should be empty. So true for secret.empty. There we go. Yeah, that's an... And hello, by the way. Yeah, that's an awesome site. I've seen that before. I should also wave to everybody else who's been chatting recently. Hello there, Logan Shogun and Raz. I might have waved to Raz before. I said a special Mernon, but I also didn't wave to Krasner. And I don't know if I said hi to Orange Riven. I need a bot that like reminds me who I've waved to. Okay, this test will fail, right? Fails because it is not even appended, so the command is not even interpreted. Makes sense. So we're going to add it to the list of commands we interpret from the client. That is in a master table down here. Register client message. Starts with a D, DIS, so it'll go here. And we're putting that in auth, right? Okay. So back to auth we go. The nearest one is change password. So change password check. Or actually just go to change password. It'll be in the header file for auth right here. So declare client message that. And this macro expands, like you can, if I click here, it expands to a check and a make command pair of functions. So change password check and make command, and then the we'll have the actually let me just copy from here because that's easier, because that's the actual command, command I want to make, only with slightly different arguments, right? So instead of get auth secret, it's going to be disable a second authentication factor. So you have to be logged in. I guess it's always safe to do it even if you don't already have one enabled, right? Because all it really does is makes the secret empty. In fact, I just don't even need to assign it or generate it, right? Just make a command and queue it. That's all I need to do. The default will be empty string, which is perfect. All right. Now the test again. Oh, we're here. Run. Perfect. So run it in the test environment. If I did this right, the QR code should go away if I did this right. Best wave you got? It's my custom wave, mine. And you have the generic wave. A lot of other streamers have like waves or PogChamps these days, I've noticed. So maybe one of the other streams that you subscribe to has a wave. You might not know. There's also Vohayo. There's another wave that everyone can use. Hey Guys seems to be more popular than Vohayo in most of the streams I've been in, though. All right. So back here, we have a secret, right? If I hit disable, interesting. It didn't hide the QR code, but the secret did go away. Is that because it's truthy but empty? So what would I do here instead? So empty string is truthy? Is that what I'm reading? Let me see this console. So how do you check if something is truthy in JS? You'd say like, I don't know, let x and then if empty string, then, or x equals true, right? No, empty string is falsy. So how is it rendering that? I guess I could look at it in the React and look at it here and see what its props are. Oh, there's a whole URL still there. Okay, that's wrong. Okay, I know what I did wrong. When the secret is empty, we shouldn't construct a whole URL. We should just make it empty. Yeah, okay. Cool. I know how to fix that. So that would be in the coordinator again. Here, when it's set up. So we'll have one when it's cleared. Second factor auth secret given when, well, empty. Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. Empty second factor auth secret given when cleared or when disabled. So I guess I'll set it up the same way. I'll like have one to begin with here. And I don't need this. I don't need to do that. I will make it empty string here. That's what it's supposed to do. And we should get back an empty auth secret. That's the key. So nothing there. All right. And then run that. It'll fail because reproducing the bug, it's sending the whole URL, but the secret is empty, right? So that's back in auth. And that is on this one, right? No, that's a test. This one. When it's set, right? So, yeah, here we go. I guess we can pre-compute it up here. So, what would be the best way to do this? I could just use a tertiary operator. Const auto auth secret equals, and then say encoded secret.empty. If so, empty string. Otherwise, do this. And we should say string. Actually, just empty string, right? There we go. And, oh, wait a minute. It should be this, not encoded secret. I guess that means I would just do that in place there. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do? What I put this in the wrong place. Back. It's this. Here. And this here. And then just that. And I don't need to do that. There we go. So if it's empty, it's just an empty string. Otherwise, we got to put it into a URI. Okay, where was the failing test? Down here? Now it's passing. Let's run all the tests. We're in auth player, right? Go show me that. Okay, run them all. Yeah, if it's undefined, weird stuff happens. I think undefined is falsy though. Yeah, the double bang is to coerce it to a boolean, right? Oh, undefined is not falsy? I thought it was. It is. Well, let's see. Let's see if it is. So to test that, it would be like x equals, I don't know, let's just say 1. If undefined, x equals 2, right? What is x? It's still 1. Now, the other thing I know about undefined is the equals null works. So if x is undefined, right? Then if x equals null, x equals 42, something like that, that actually works. So the double equal, not the triple equal, but the double equal null is truthy if x is null or undefined. So that's kind of a neat trick to get something set if it's either null or undefined. Kind of cool. It's considered falsy. Oh, really? If you do not undefined? I didn't know that. X equals 1. If not undefined, x equals 2. So it's, okay, what if I do if not undefined? Okay, so it still works, right? Maybe I'm not understanding what you said. Well, double equal has a use for null, right? It's that specific use. Otherwise, you get warnings from the tools, at least that I use, will give me a warning about it if I accidentally forget to do triple equal. It shows up in Node, right? So there's no problems now. But let's say if I took, whoops. If I took one of my triple equals, let's just find one really quick. And yeah, just doesn't matter which one. I have to do it in one of my, how about this one? If I just turn that into a double equal, I'll get an expected triple equal and instead saw double equal. But it will not warn me that if I do that. So I do that in a lot of places, and I don't get a warning for that because that's a special case. You meant undefined is falsy only when explicitly coerced using not. But if I wasn't using coercion, it was also working in an if. But doesn't if coerce it on its own, I guess? But if I compared it to false, it would be false, right? Yeah, like if I do x equals 1 if not undefined, if I just say if undefined, x equals 2. So it didn't get set to 2, which means undefined inside of an if is considered false. But yeah, if I do if undefined equals false, that's itself falsy because undefined is not false, and that's even with a double equal. Same thing if I did triple, it doesn't matter, right? It's not considered equivalent or equal to false, but it's falsy. Either when you put the bang in front, or if you, like, if I just put the bang in front, it turns to true, right? Undefined is, so you can coerce it when it's not coerced, but in an if, it's treated like it's, if it was coerced with double not, I think. That's how it works, right? Yeah, weird rules. Yeah, undefined equals false is false because it's not considered equal or equivalent, right? Yeah, weird. JavaScript has these weird rules. Like the fact that you have two kinds of comparison, it's weird to me. Yeah. So these are all like obscure things that you're going to definitely be asked on an interview. And I'm going to fail. If I had interview questions about JS, I'm sure I would fail them miserably. Undefined is not false? Right. It is not false, but when it's used in an if, it's like coerced to truthiness, right? Or however you say it. Anyway. Fun with JavaScript, right? Where was I? Let me go to the last edit. Oh, that's not going to help. I'll just go back a few times. Where was I? Aha. Yeah, I was here. I had run all these tests, and I was going to test it again. Yeah. Okay, cool. Did I restart this? I think I did. I'm not sure, though. Let's just see. Sounds like police interrogation. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you for that follow. All right, let's try it out. So, make a secret, and then when I disable... Okay, did I not restart the server? I might not have done that. We'll do it again. Not x turns anything into a bool, and not x will produce the bool for x. Yes. Yeah. That's what I mean when I say coerced to truthiness or coerced to bool is you're producing the bool of something, you know? In C or C++, it would just be like bool of x, right? It's roughly the same as not x in JavaScript. Okay, we're running again. So make a secret and then disable. Good. Every time I hit disable, it should remove it from the record. All right. Then get code is going to actually work because it's using the empty string authenticator secret, which is interesting. Anyway, that's not gonna, I'm gonna take that out soon because I'm gonna turn this around. Instead of getting the code, we'll be sending the code to validate. So how do I want to do this next then? Probably have an input box where make the code an input and then have some kind of flag to tell us if it's valid or validated or not, right? So yeah, like right now, if I make a secret and I reload, it doesn't tell me what it is because the front end isn't asking for it. So maybe that's the next step. When we get our own profile, it should tell us if 2FA is enabled or not. Okay. Before I do that, let's check in what I did. Was this essentially a fix? There's also disable, so we'll put them in together. So work in progress adding 2FA. So add this new command. Disable second authentication factor. And then if 2FA is disabled, report empty string for auth secret. That's what I did there. I got 25 minutes left for my schedule. Let's go ahead and push that. Okay, see ya, Orage. Have a good day. All right, so reporting back the player's profile. Let me look to see how it's done here. So if I look at the network and I refresh, right, it will tell us we're logged in, and then we say fetch profile. Actually, it should do that. We'll include it in the profile. We get back a profile message, right? I think it's here. No, that's tickets. It would be one of these. It would be not inventory, not tile sets, not Twitch link. Where was it? This one, right? Type profile, right. So we're going to include in this, what? I think two things. Is two-factor auth enabled, and is it verified? Or validated? If it's not validated, then, well, actually, does it even matter? We wouldn't have been able to get this far if it was not validated, unless, well, let me think before I speak. I think if it's enabled at all, we should have the button to disable it. If it's enabled and we haven't logged in yet, then on this login here, if I wasn't using a token like that, we should get a different login status of like 2FA challenge or something like that. And then our response should be an OTP, a one-time password. Right? So for the beginning, I think for this we only need a flag for this, or maybe not a flag. Maybe we'll introduce the auth type right now. Where was that again? Here. I'll just have 2FA or second factor or something. Second authentication factor, and then it'll be empty string if it's off, TOTP if it's soft token, etc. Yeah, that's what we'll do. All right, so that means I need to look for this profile and in the test framework, modify it. So where is the test that uses profile? Here? No. Coordinator. It would be here, right? Which file is this? That's not the test. I need the test framework. Do I not have any test for this? I got to. Where is it? I'm surprised that I would be surprised if I don't have one. I don't have one. I guess it would be fetch profile, right? I don't have a test for it? Wow. How did I get away with that? What are some other things in here? Is masked, is male blacklisted? What about is male blacklisted? Okay, it showed up here for or a player subscriber has to be a game master or an admin. Okay, so yeah, do we want the GM to know if they have an authenticator enabled? I think the answer would be yes. Also, I'd want to know if they have validated it. And actually, you know, if it's not validated and they log out, it should just automatically be disabled, right? That means the validated flag, well, that I only really need one flag persistent. Right? And I only set it once they validated it? Okay. And I probably want to know what the token is, so I guess I am modifying this. We'll turn it on for one of the players. So where do I do that? I would do that here, wouldn't I? So like players, set second factor for test user ID 2 to something like hello. And then that should come back as player, the second player. expect equal to TOTP for players 1 2FA. Can I do that in JSON? Can I have a key start with a number? That'd be cool. I don't know if I can though. Let me look it up. Well, actually that's going to be problematic. Well, how about we call it second factor? I might as well just spell it all out. Second auth factor. That's what I've been using for the command names, right? It's a string. It was like get second auth factor for the command name. If my memory was better, I would know this. Auth second factor is what it is. Oh, you're gonna stream now? It's time? Wow. I might have to raid you then 20 minutes from now. If you're streaming, maybe I will. I'd like to check out your stream. Auth secret. I think it's auth second factor is what I want, right? Auth second factor. I'm trying to be consistent with my names. Auth second factor. There we go. Yep, 3 hours, 42 minutes. I'll probably go another 20 minutes. And continue tomorrow. I want to get, basically, I do have in my stream panel below, a plan that I wanted to try to get to regularly where I have a different focus for the day, but this second factor auth is pretty important to me. I want to keep grinding on that until it's done. I think it'll only be like another day or two at the most. And so I'm kind of deviating from my plan and just focusing on this feature till I get it done, and then resuming to the regularly scheduled, you know, like whatever, I can't remember, like Tuesday was bug fixing, Thursdays was refactoring, that kind of thing. Told me a long time ago that one of your weaknesses was naming things. Have you gotten any better? Not really. And if anything, I've heard from other people who have said that they also struggle with naming things. Do I want to use empty string or do I want to use the string none? None, maybe? Do I want to use none? Yeah, let's require that. Naming things is impossible. You can only do your best. Okay, so that's one place where we're using this. And I should be searching for this key, right? This was important to find all the places where we're reporting this kind of profile information. What's this? Huh. Okay, well, that doesn't matter. Your names always become too verbose. Yeah, what I do if I really can't figure it out is I'll start with a long name, and if I can, I'll try to shorten it, but sometimes it doesn't always work out. Okay, see you, Rally Monkey. Thanks for being here. Aha. Player add. Yes, so we'll want to include this. Auth second factor none. In all the right places. That's just changes, right? So that doesn't matter. Changes. But that does make me think I'll want to have a test for when it's turned on and off, though. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we already added it there. Okay, what about here? Interesting. So I could basically copy this when factor auth is on or off, right? Yeah. Let me Let me put a bookmark here and clear out my other bookmarks. I'll come back to there in a minute. What's this? Fetch profile. Okay, this requires everything, so we need to include it here. Why does this have ignore Bob and player 3 thrown in there? Oh, because that involved masking. Yeah. Okay. Well, we need to add it. None. And here as well. Right. And okay, those don't matter. What about this one? Profile change reflected to player. Yeah, we need to have something in there. Okay. And what's this? This is not the test anymore. Okay, so back to where I had bookmarked because I want to have fetch profile when it's enabled and when it's not enabled. And we can just put it... where? Should I just put it here? And say fetch profile when TOTP enabled? Or when auth second factor enabled? Let's spell it out. And when it's not enabled? Fetch profile when auth second factor disabled. Okay, so when it's enabled, we enable it by setting it, right? Players set test user ID to hello. Then when we fetch it, it will be equal to TOTP. If we interpret as a string the auth second factor. All right, and then let me just copy that down to here. And then leaving this alone, we should get none for that. Okay, so that's when we fetch it. And then I had, I also wanted to when you change it. So that should show up in, for the player. So one of these. Yeah, this. Wait a minute, player new email address is black. That's not exactly what I want, right? Well, this is kind of what, yeah, add, remove. Okay, so we'll take these and we'll adjust them slightly. Well, let's go to the end and add them at the end. So this will be player enable auth second factor announced. And then disable, right? So player disable auth second factor announced. Okay, so to enable it, it is to set auth second factor on it. So player ID has to match test user ID, and then we can put anything we want for the secret. So I'll put hello. So publish it all. And then what? Right, the admin should get a message back. It should have auth second factor set to TOTP at this point. Okay, and then the other direction, okay, right, instead of adding into blacklist, it's players, after we add them, we have to set the factor on it, second factor, to something. And then we're going to clear it. Here, set auth second factor, test user ID, and then command secret. Actually, just leave it alone, right? The secret is default. Oh, why did I have a 0 equals 0 there? I think C++ is smart enough to know that a 0 means an empty string, right? Because it'll be interpreted as null, and initializing with null means it's empty, right? Anyway, that's what I wanted. Okay, so leaving it blank means we're turning it off. So we'll get a change, which is auth second factor is now none. All right. I think that's all of the tests I want to add. And we'll make them pass, and maybe when I get those tests to pass, I think that's probably a good stopping point. And then we'll be sort of, I'd say about halfway there to integrating this, so maybe another day. There's a bunch of UI changes I have to do, like the one-time password challenge when you log in, and so that involves a second stage of login that I have to do. That'll take a while. I'll be doing that tomorrow, I think. All right, so where are these tests to be found? They're in the subs. I guess we'll do the subs first. Because did I change any other test framework? Let's see. I changed profile as well, so let me run profile. Let's just see which tests we're gonna have to get to pass. Right, so all of these are in need of repair now. Right, and fetching the profile. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, the signature change, yeah. That I just broke. Actually, that's going to be a problem, right? Let me demonstrate this problem. Where's my window? Oh, that happens if I bring the cluster down while we're or bring cluster up and down when we're not logged when we're logged in. But that's not the window I wanted. It was this one, right? The problem is if I have soft token enabled and I do download my data, and this is safe to show. This is what I don't want in there, right? I don't want the secret for the two-factor authentication to be in the downloaded data, because if someone gets this file, they'll now know how to duplicate their soft token. I left in their hash for now because I felt that it was so okay. So there's still a hash because it's protected by PBKDF2. Although I'm starting to second guess that. Maybe it's stupid to include the hash and the salt in the player record. Maybe I should just remove that. Also, this shouldn't be in there either. So maybe I should have a test to make sure that none of this gets put into the player record going forward. We should remove, obviously, the 2FA. We should remove the hash, the login token, probably also the IP address for the login token, and the salt, right? Probably. And the signature is going to change, yeah. Anyway, yeah, we should do that. I'll include that in this test. Should I do that now? Might as well do it now, right? So this should expect that there are none of those keys. How do I get that again? Just download it again. Open it again. Let me get a list of the things that we don't want showing up. That would be what? That the data is lacking certain things? Right? Yeah, so like, where would I put it maybe? Here? Expect false data has this key. We don't want it there. Actually, there's a bunch of these, right? I don't want this algorithm in there either. What else? This is actually a subset of data called the serialized player, right? So it should be data record. In fact, let's get access to that. So const auto data record is data record. Then I can actually use that here, actually. And then put that there and there. Okay. What else do I not want showing up? Just the auth stuff, right? So hash and IP address for login token, login token itself. Password reset token. Be a bad idea to show that. Salt. Basically, this downloaded player data should have all the personal information to satisfy GDPR. Also, if we need to restore the player's account. When we restore the player's account, if we're not storing the authentication data, how will they log in? I guess they'll have to immediately reset their password. So it'll only work if they had registered an email address, which I suppose makes sense, right? Because you don't know who they might have given the record to, and so you need to verify that they should have access to the account at all. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So they shouldn't have any of this stuff. All right, so that's updated now. Player change reflected to player, yeah. I don't know, so which test should I do first? I think I was saying I would do the sub stuff first. 3 minutes. I can go a little bit over, I guess. Run the subs test. The signature check, I just cheat and I see what the signature is now and I update the test to match it. Signature test is just make sure no one cheats by modifying their player record after downloading it and then requesting that they get restored. All right. Let's just do this one first. So it's the new thing I added, right? The, where is it? Auth second factor. There we go. So it's this player added that we care about, and that is here. And what's this? This is the test for it. Okay, so here it is. And yeah, we'll put it here. Auth second factor. And then right now it's whether or not the player dot auth secret second factor is empty. If it's empty, well, let's indent this. If it's empty, then it's none. Otherwise, it's TOTP. There we go. So that should help this pass. And these not yet. This should probably pass now, right? That's not passing? Oh, because it's not a player added, it's a different test. It's a different message back. It is players. But I'll need this same code here. So let's look up, actually it's probably gonna be here, nearby here. Getting up to 4 hours, yep. Let's look for players. No? I would expect that to be in subs. That's a test for it. Why isn't it not in, oh, here it is. Make players message, there it is. So here it goes. Oh, I closed it before it was done. Okay, it's done. And back to here and run it again, and it passes. Okay, so only 2 more subscription test stuff, and that is player update. Announced player change message, so that it has to be in the changes. So let's trace that back. And so that's here if announce player change. That's called all over the place. So I believe where I need to change it right now is in auth somewhere. Yes, so I essentially need this, right? Whenever they do a set auth, yeah, like disable needs it, right? No, it's on auth or on set auth second factor. Yeah, here. Right. So we tell them that, and then we tell the subscribers the same. So yeah, we're just always going to do it. We're always going to announce a player change. And do I need to know this? No, these are the changes. So it's auth second factor, and then we have to compute it the same way, right? That I was doing in the other commands. So let's just search for that. We'll cheat and we'll search for that. A little bit of copy paste never hurt anyone, right? Okay. Yeah, there we go. So that should work for either turning it on or off now. It didn't work. That's interesting. Did I get him backwards? Let's disable. I think I might have screwed it up. Hey there, Hodendo. Or wait a minute. You've been here. What does that emote mean? Panic basket? I'm not sure what panic basket means. Does that mean it's failing? Yeah, I like Adam fail better than that. Fail. And then when I get it to pass, it's pass. All right, so why is this not working? Did I reverse these tests by accident? So this is if it is disabled, right? Now why is it saying it's TOTP? I guess I'll put a breakpoint there and run it in the debugger. Okay, then what is it? It's hello. Why is it still hello? Oh, because no? Oh no, because I know what it is. I did not actually simulate the action, so we need that. The test has to do that. This thing here, it was copy pasted. So to simulate the action of disabling the auth, we do players set auth second factor test user ID to empty string. And then the other test to simulate enabling it, we put hello there. Or whatever, you know, doesn't, as long as it's not empty string. Everything's on fire? That's if all of my tests were failing, or if a lot of them were. But this is a controlled burn. This is only the new and changed features that are failing. Okay. I'll finish up here with the profile stuff. So, let's see. Profile change reflected to player. What was that expecting now? Auth second factor to be included in the profile message, right? So let's track that down. Would it be here? Somewhere here. Right here? Send player profile. Yeah, here we go. So let's put a bookmark there. And let me find in subs where I do it. Auth second factor. That's a test. I need not the test. This one. Yeah, I want that. Go to the bookmark. Add it. That's what I want. I really should have that computed by a method, shouldn't I? I should do that. I'll do that when I refactor later, because I'm running out of time. But that should pass that. What about this? No, that's going to fail for other reasons. These should all pass now, right? So we're down to one fail, which is when they download their own user data. We wanted to strip out those keys. That shouldn't be too hard to fix. So yeah, this won't take much longer. And then I think for good measure, I'll just run all my unit tests when I get this working. So this test expects all these values to not be in there, and then the signature is wrong. So we need to first remove the ones that shouldn't be in there. So I'm going to just take all of these requirements and what is the message? Player data is the message. So player data, search for that here. Okay. So before we compute the signature, right here, I need to remove all of these keys. So I think the cleanest way would be to have a table, have it loop through, right? So static const what? I can make it a vector. Why not? Vector of strings. Keys to remove. And then have an initializer list syntax and just copy all these strings in there. So, whoops. Select all of that for all of these lines and hit delete, end of line, backspace, 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 comma. Then take all of those and paste them in there and indent them. Then I'll just say for const auto key to remove in keys to remove data dot remove key to remove. Done. This test is still going to fail because the signature is going to be different. But that should be the only failure point. No. It still has the salt in there, so I didn't fix it. Why not? Oh, because it's not in data, it's in data.record, right? So I should get, I should do an auto data record equals data record and then remove it from data record. And then run and look at the test result. I think it's just a signature that's now not matching. Oh, and the expectation is wrong. We shouldn't have the hash in there either. Where is that done? Show that again, please. What line is that? 2569. Right here. Okay, so we know what I should do is just have the same kind of table I had in the code here. And I should remove it from the serialized record as well. Or serialized player, I mean. And then I can also do a loop here to say that the data record doesn't have in it. Actually, I don't need to do that because there's an equality comparison there. So that's actually all I need to do. And I cannot make that const. So remove the const from there. All right. So we serialize the player record, remove these keys, and make sure that the data we get from the message matches that. So let's see. We're down to the signature check, then we're almost done. And yep, down to the signature check. So the way I do this is I take the new signature, copy it to the clipboard, go here and paste, and then I wrap it. So I take that and take that sequence and paste it on these boundaries. Well, so I don't get confused, let me have a line break there. Just to make it, you know, not so long of a line. Break the line up, and then delete the old signature. So we're basically cryptographically signing the JSON object to make sure that they don't cheat by changing it. If they change any of the fields, the signature won't match anymore. Yay. So let me run all my unit tests and I'll call it a day, I think. While that's running, let me work on doing the commit. So the commit will be that, oh, that should be on its own. So remove silly initialization. Okay. So, right, we are now including the auth second factor for profile information that we return. So include 2FA info and player and reported player profiles. Oh, let me amend that also. Well, technically we're adding auth second factor field to reported profiles. And then we'll also remove authentication information, authentication details. Well, authentication secrets from reported profiles as well, because they don't need to be in there. It's just a security problem if they're in there. Commit. All right. Now, how do we do on the testing? That's some fails in one framework, and we're not done running the rest of it. Okay, well, anyway. Just out of curiosity, what's failing here? Oh. When the admin down... Okay, so that's when the admin downloads player data, so I have to have a similar kind of thing. The signature is going to be different, and I'm also going to want to do this. Actually, I don't need data record, do I? Oh, no, I do need data record. I want that in this test as well. Right? Down here somewheres. Right here. In place of that. And then serialized player can't be const anymore. Cool. And then the signature is going to mismatch again. Yeah, so there's the test when the player downloads their own data, and there's one where the admin downloads a player's data. Okay, signature. Update signature. Paste, and then we'll take this sequence and paste a bunch of times. It's nice and purdy. Okay. Bye old signature. Okay, that's all passing. And then what failed down here? Oh, that's because I have this code hacked out because I'm not done with it yet. This is the fog of war stuff I haven't finished, so that's allowed to fail right now. Oh, everything else passes. Excellent. So I'm going to continue the two-factor authentication integration work tomorrow. So what this is a fix broken player download or GM player download test. So the work I got to do tomorrow is all the stuff I didn't do today. So I have this sort of encoded, but not stored specifically with a type enum. I might do that tomorrow. I mean, I haven't done the validation process, and I haven't done the second step of login. This one. So some of this is done. So we have this. We just don't have the verified flag yet. I don't have these at all. So the two main things are when they turn it on, they have to validate it by sending in a one-time password right away. And until they do that, it won't truly be enabled. Once they do that, it's validated, and then we record the fact that they've validated it, and then we'll require it on login, so that they'll have to send in a new code from their soft token, and only if it matches what we compute on the server side will the login finish. Otherwise, we kick them out. Hold on a second. I'm starting to lose my voice, which is fine because I'm almost done here. So I'm going to work on that tomorrow, and I think it should only take a day. So for me, a day is like 4 hours on stream and maybe some work post stream. And then after I get this done, oh, thank you for that follow. Once I get this done, I still want to look into 2 more ways to improve security. So I want to support some hardware tokens like YubiKey and Trezor would be nice. And I want to support the OpenID Connect. So that's like login through Google, Facebook, Twitter, that kind of thing. So each one has like developer docs on how to do that. And don't know how long that'll take. But once I get all that done, I think I at least want to finish up 2FA, and then I want to do the OpenID Connect. Once I'm done with that, I think I'll be comfortable allowing new accounts in the game, and then go back to doing the normal schedule that shows in the stream panels below. New game content, bug fixing, that kind of thing. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed today. I'll be back tomorrow. I think normal time. Don't think I have any meeting in the morning. So for me, it's 10 a.m., but for you, it depends on your time zone. And I hope you have an enjoyable rest of your day. And there was someone in the stream today who I would like to raid because he hardly ever streams anymore. And he's maybe getting back into it. So I'm going to look really quick to see if he's still on. We'll go raid him. Yep, there he is. He's back. So, like I was saying before, this is who I'm going to raid. Mr. Muffles. He's working on a Metroidvania-style game in Unity. I think it's really cool, and I enjoy watching his stream. I haven't seen it in a long time. I think he's been taking a break. And let's welcome him back to streaming. So let me go enter that into the raid thing. And here we go. I'm going to hit the button. And yesterday I hit the wrong scene. I said BRB when I should have said thank you. Today I'll make sure I hit the right button. So anyway, have a great day and see you later.